Good. Now, present perfect, exercise B. Please try to complete the sentences.
Okay.
This can be present perfect or past simple.
Have you ever been to the Edinburgh Festival? Did you see that White Love documentary last night?
Okay.
Why not did you see Wild Love documentary? Why they have that?
It's like it's a part of a dialogue, and it means that before they mentioned wildlife documentary, and here they say, "Did you see that wildlife documentary that they mentioned before?"
Okay. No, I missed it. Missed, right?
Yes, that's right.
When have you gotten here?
No, when means you're asking about moment in the past, and that's why it's moment in the past.
When did you get here?
Okay, that's right.
I arrived at the weekend, so I only have been here for a few days.
Okay, usually you use only before the main verb. I've only been here. You will usually say it like this.
Okay.
All right.
Did you check the match results?
It means yet. So is there this result?
Okay. Have you checked the match results?
Okay.
It hasn't finished yet. I don't understand. Это пока не закончилось. It started late.
Yes. Матч, он еще не закончился, он начался поздно. Okay.
Bad news, Ben have had a bike accident.
Has had.
Has had. Oh no. When did that happen? Where's Linda? She isn't at her desk. I think she have just has just gone out for lunch.
Right.
Have you ever beat him at tennis?
Beaten.
Beaten him at tennis? No, but I won a set last time.
Okay.
Has Marcos already started his new job? Yes, his first day was last Monday.
Okay.
How long did you have a motorbike?
I mean, already, how long have you known your friend? How long have you had your mobile phone?
How long have you had a motorbike?
Yes.
Not long. I bought it 6 months ago.
Okay, right. So, can you please try to complete these gaps?
When something has happened on the news, I might watch it live.
Okay.
Yesterday I was watching MasterChef and I yesterday I was watching MasterChef and I bought some small cake things.
Okay.
I haven't done it for a long time.
Okay.
For example, a few months ago, I watched all the episodes of British Head Revisited.
Okay.
I have just watched someone preparing a fish dish.
Watched. You pronounce ed as id only if the verb finishes with t or d. Like I want,
Okay,
wanted, not. But if it's ch, you say watched without id.
I have just watched someone preparing a fish dish. Um, I have pre prepared several times for constant stuff.
No, голосовать.
I have
Voted, right?
voted several times for contestants when they have done a really good dance.
Mhm.
Once I have addicted to a TV show.
No, to be addicted. So I,
Was addicted.
yes, that's
I
right.
have been, not I have been addicted.
No, because it's like a moment in the past. Once there was a time I was
Okay,
addicted to. But in some contexts, yes, you could say, "Have you ever been addicted to a TV show?" You can say, "Yes, I have once." You could
okay.
say that, but I think without the context, it's better to use just past simple.
Okay.
Uh, okay, let's just listen and check.
I can't listen it.
Oh, okay. Let me check.
I don't know why.
Okay, well, maybe I forgot to share the sound. I will just. Um, I think now you should hear it.
5.8.
Can you hear it now?
Okay. Yes.
1,
When something has happened on the news, I might watch it live.
2,
Yesterday I was watching MasterChef and I bought some small cake tins.
3,
I haven't done it for a long time.
4,
For example, a few months ago, I watched all the episodes of Brideshead Revisited.
5,
I've just watched someone preparing a fish dish.
6,
I have voted several times for contestants when they've done a really good dance.
7,
Once I was addicted to a TV show.
Okay. Um, so please look at these sentences and make them true for you. So you can change the words in bold and try to make these sentences true for you.
I have never watched TV since I was teenager.
Okay.
Today I have used two devices to watch the market stock, the stock market. I have downloaded I have downloaded I have I have not downloaded English book, so I haven't done. I haven't checked out some homework.
Okay.
I haven't watched the TV for a long time.
Without that, I haven't watched TV for a long time.
Okay. I have never enjoyed watching sport programs.
Okay. Do you ever watch films or TV series in another language with subtitles?
Yes, I have watched films in English with English subtitles.
Okay.
Because I think it can help me with English, but I understood that isn't because right now I can't listen and understand what the people say because I'm I forget how to say привык.
I am used
I'm
but after
used
to use
to
German
watch with
to watching.
subtitles. Yes, I used to watching with subtitles.
So you can say there are two different constructions. One of them, I'm sorry. So one of them, this is I used to. It means раньше. I used to watch, and then you use infinitive. But if you say я привык смотреть, then you say I am used to watching. They're totally different constructions. Okay, I used to watch before, but I'm used to watching means before I usually did it.
Okay.
Okay, so there are images from 8 TV drama series. Okay, let me take a screenshot for you. Okay, and try to match them to the country that they are from.
Okay. Forbidden Fan.
I think you can no just read the translation in English because they're different languages.
Killing.
And
I
maybe
think it's Sweden.
It's Denmark, close. Okay, number B.
Okay. I know who you are. Maybe it is Sweden.
No, it's Spain. If you look at languages, it sounds like Spanish, but it's hard to understand. Okay, next one.
And number C, it is Argentine.
Sorry, Argentina.
Yes,
No, this is
Argentina.
France.
Okay. Sabura, it is Argentina.
No, this is Italy.
Spiral.
Spiral.
Spiral. It is friend.
Yes, it is also France. Okay, next one.
The bridge.
Bridge.
Bridge. It is Argentina.
This is Sweden and Denmark.
Okay. And El Marginal. Brazil.
Argentina. And the last one?
Merciless. Brazil.
Yes, this is Brazil. Okay, okay, let's just have a quick look. Let's read let's read information about this. So you have a small text. Please read it. And after this, I want you to tell me about this film by using the plan. I think I will make a screenshot of the whole thing. So you read a small text, and after this, you give a summary by doing the following plan. By following this plan. Okay. So let's start with A.
There is detective drama and it is set in Copenhagen.
Copenhagen.
Copenhagen. This is about a killer which police is hunting.
Okay. Right. A killer whom police. Police is plural, so police are hunting.
Okay. And the name of the main character is Sarah Long.
Okay.
Number B is a crime drama. Is it set in Barcelona? It is about a lawyer who has um, has a car had a car accident, and after that he lost his mind. And in the same time, his niece disappeared, and the police thought it was him who killed her.
Okay.
Number three, it is mystery drama. It is set in a small mountain in France. It is about people who died but uh, but then alive and tried to continue their lives. And then a lot of people died.
Okay.
No, but it is a political drama. It is set in Rome. It is about corruption in the modern city. It's all.
All right. Okay, let's do the rest. Let's do the same about 4 more films.
What does mean legal drama?
Legal means it's about law. It's like in Russian, we also say легальный, нелегальный, so legal, illegal.
Okay. It is legal drama. It is set in Paris. It is about the police team, and the name of the main character is Laura Berthet. It is crime drama. It is first part of it set in Swedish and second in Danish.
Denmark.
Denmark. It is about they research killing. They discovered killing.
Maybe you can say investigate. There's a good word, расследовать. So they investigated a murder.
They investigated a murder, and the name of the main character is Saga Norén.
Okay.
It is police drama. It is set in Buenos Aires. It is about a policeman who tried to find the judge's daughter, and the name of the main character is Miguel Pelacos.
Okay.
It is a crime drama. It is set in Rio de Janeiro. It is about a madman who was a psychopath, and his name is Edu.
Okay, good. Okay, have you seen any of these films?
I think I have never seen, but maybe in American version I have seen because such plots are familiar to me for me.
Okay. Now, there is an article on page 50, and um, there are three titles. Can you please read the titles first?
Turn it off. It isn't in English. Why is the UK in love with foreign TV series? What's the problem with British TV?
Okay. Now, please read the first paragraph and say which of these titles. Okay, I'll copy them in the chat box. So, which of these titles best suit the paragraph? Okay, so here's the first paragraph.
I need to read it
Yeah.
by myself.
As you like it. You can read it out loud or you can read it to yourself. It's up to you.
A few years ago, if you would mention to a British friend or colleague that you were addicted to a Danish drama series, people would have thought you were a bit strange. But in the UK today, subtitled foreign language dramas aren't just in fashion, they are completely mainstream.
Okay, so let's choose the best title.
Um, why is the UK in love with foreign TV series?
Yes, exactly. So now please, we're going to read the whole article and you need to choose the correct answer A, B, or C. Before reading the article, have a quick look at the questions.
Okay.
So let's read the rest and then we need to do this multiple choice task.
Uh, it all began when the BBC bought the French crime drama Spiral.
Spiral.
So it was Denmark's The Killing that was the tipping point. I remember hearing people talking about it on the bus. Admits Hugh Diggs, head of programming at the BBC. It was clearly growing and growing in popularity, but the extent of it took everyone by surprise. The killing was followed by the bridge, in which a crime is committed, of the bridge between Denmark and Sweden, which regularly topped a million views. The British were hooked. Uh, Foreign language dramas nowadays are considered B normal because everyone watches them.
Okay.
The Killing was the first foreign series the BBC showed.
The Killing was the no, which became really popular.
Okay. One of the reasons for the success of foreign TV is that it is more accessible than it used to be. Thanks to catch up at online service, and if you haven't watched the latest foreign series that everybody is talking about, you can binge watch the episodes that you have missed and tweet about how much you love the return to visit. The reason for the popularity of foreign language dramas is that A.
Yes, that's right.
There may be something else in foreign TV's new popularity too, in a world in which we are frequently distracted from our TV viewing by Twitter and WhatsApp. Subtitles force us to focus. When you read subtitles, you have to be glued to the screen, says Dix. That concentration gives us a particular intensity to the viewing experience. You just can't multitask when you're watching a foreign language drama. Programs with subtitles make the viewers I don't know, do other things while they watch.
No, they cannot do it. It's the opposite. If there are subtitles, you're
Um,
almost glued to the screen, приклеен к экрану.
Pay more attention to what they are watching.
Yes, from these three options is the best. Okay.
Um, but they say they can do a lot of things.
No, you just can't multitask.
Okay. I think you can. Okay. And what is this?
Yes, this one.
In foreign language dramas are often remade for the Anglo-American market. For example, The Bride becomes the tunnel. The originals still dominate because they transport us to a different culture, as Walter Luzzolino, who had set up a new streaming service dedicated to foreign language TV, says you develop love for the distant world because while you're watching, you're in the country. If you see something amazing set in Argentina, then Argentina itself, so the houses, the people, what they wear, what their voices sound like, that languages is one of the biggest appeals. There is a huge pleasure in that. Maybe B, it allows people to experience life in other countries.
Yes, exactly. Okay. So, do you agree with Walter Luzzolino that watching TV series from other countries helps you develop a love for the distant world?
Sometimes it can develop a love, but sometimes it also can develop a hating.
A hate. Hate, or you can say
Hate.
hatred. So there is also the noun from hate could be just hate, or you could say, oops, hatred, ненависть. Okay. Right. Do you know any examples?
Um, For example, when I saw Chinese TV serials, and in this TV serial, Chinese like the stupidest people in the world, and I can saw, oh, it's really true, and they behavior like that in the series, but it is incorrect. It is false.
Okay. So, can you please think of a monologue, then a TV series that you've just finished watching? It doesn't have to be just. Maybe if you haven't finished something recently, you can talk about something you finished long before. Look at these questions. You can make a short plan, like in IELTS Speaking Part 2. And then please be ready to speak about this, the series for maybe 2 minutes.
I need to speak right now.
Well, you have about a minute to prepare. You can look at the questions and take some notes. And based on these notes, then you
But if I will prepare it and write it, I can't say anything because I just can read my writing.
yes, but in your notes shouldn't be sentences. They should be just phrases. But so if you don't want to write, you can just look at the questions, and as soon as you're ready, please start speaking.
Okay. Recently, I have seen one serial. It's named Wing Saga, and it was a mystery drama. It was set in, I think, in America, but I don't sure. It was about girls who have magic opportunities, and they study at magic school for magic skills, for miracle skills, and it is more about one girl. She is uh, the the most powerful um, magic person, and she also is the main character. I didn't enjoy it because I accepted it will be more better. It will be better
It would be. So I
because
expected in the past that it would be, so it's future in the past, that it would be
it
better.
would be better. Um, and I think it is going to continue because now in Russia, in Netflix, it is the first in the top first,
Okay. Top one.
top one.
All right. So then a film you've seen more than 3 times.
It was Harry Potter. I have seen a plethora of times. I think might be 10 or 20 times. I liked it I used to like it when I was child because I think it's interesting and it is easy to watch. But I don't think I will ever watch it again because I tried watch it again and I just know all about plot. And I don't think it is interesting. But it is, if it continues, I absolutely will watch it again.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
The series that lots of people know has seen um, oh, they have one TV series I forget these names, but it is one crime drama, and I have never seen it, but I have heard a lot of reviews, good reviews about it. But this serials is about crime, and I don't like crime serials. That's why I don't want to see it. I think you're going to, and I don't think I'm going to see it because for me more interesting something comedy or horror movie. I don't like detectives and the crime drama.
Okay.
And my friend is excited about it.
All right.
I have watched Game of Thrones. I forget, but might be it was 8th season, and it is finished right now, and it is never going to be continue. In my opinion, the best season was first, and the worst season was 8th season. The director. What does mean you get tired of it towards no, I haven't tired of it towards the end because one season in it it starts one season in a year and just a little part from it.
Okay. So let's read this expression. So if you really like the film, here's what you can say.
What does mean hooked? I'm completely hooked.
To be hooked on something, быть подцепленным на крючок, подсесть на фильм.
Okay. Oh, okay, I read it.
Okay. Okay, so this is please choose present perfect or past simple.
When did you start working here? Only a few weeks ago. Have you met everyone in the office? Well, I haven't seen the director yet.
Okay.
Have you had breakfast? Not yet. What time did you get up? Only 10 minutes ago.
Okay.
How long have you been known Alex?
No, without been. Just have you known.
Yes. Can I say how long have you been knowing Alex?
No, because you cannot use to know in continuous.
Okay. How long have you known Alex? For about 10 years. Where did you meet him?
Meet.
Meet him at university.
Okay.
When have you started learning
So
the piano?
if you say when, it means a moment in the past. Asking
Yes.
about.
When did you start learning the piano? About 3 years ago. Have you ever played in public?
Played.
No, I have played in public. No, I have never played for anyone except my teacher.
Okay.
Have you ever been to the United States? Yes, 3 times. What about you? We have just come back from Florida.
Florida, right?
Florida. Have you ever lived abroad? Yes. Um, I have taught in Italy for a few years.
Teach taught. So if you're still in Italy, you can use something like present perfect. But now she's not in Italy, so
Okay. Okay. I taught in Italy for a few years. Now I teach in London.
okay.
How long have you been a teacher?
Mm-hmm.
Since 2016.
Okay. Okay, so please say a few sentences um, about this. We will not write it in circles. So write the name of a sport or activity you've been doing a lot recently. Just try to speak about the sport or activity, maybe for 1, maybe for 2 minutes. Just try to practice speaking.
I have been doing yoga.
Doing.
Like doing yoga a plethora of time. I I have started it in China because the best yoga centers in the world. And when I tried it the first time, it was so difficult. So I wanted to forget how to say brосать.
To give up.
Yes, I wanted to give up it,
Give it up.
but uh, yes, give it up. But then I met a lot of friends in the yoga classes, and they helped me and they assisted me to teach yoga. And I can say I'm good at yoga right now, and I'm going to study more about it. Might be when the coronavirus will die. The coronavirus died. I will go yoga class again.
Okay.
Write an objective and discuss how we can finish this week. I have been feeling emotional this week because this week was difficult for stock market, and I don't like when stock market is um, down and up. I like when it has regularly graphic, and I don't know what to say else.
Okay.
Um,
Do you also deal with stock market, or is it only SEMA, or do you also do this?
Sima started to teach me. I play it just for fun, but I've realized that it can influence my English because I want to see my graphic, the stock market, every 10 minutes, and when I do homework, uh, it's distract me.
Distracts me. Okay, I see.
Write the name of a person who you have been talking to about recently. Um, I have been to I have been talking to my mom a pleasure of times recently, because we don't live together, and I saw her once in a blue moon. That's why we communicate alone by the internet.
Okay.
Right, how long you have been living in UK? I have been living in my present flat for 6 months, for about 6 months, and I don't I don't know what to say else. I'm going to change my apartment because I don't like live in high level. It depends on my mood.
It influences my mood.
It is influenced in my mood. It's all. Alright, the name of a TV series I have been watching since it started. I can't answer because I always start to watch serials when it is already old, because first I wait for my friends, and when my friends watch it and say me about it, it's good or bad, and then I will start watching it. Sometimes I watch it from 2 seasons or 3 seasons for first season, and just several series.
Okay. So my friends tell me. You can say to me, but tell me.
Okay, tell me. Write the name of social media website I have been using for a long time. I have been using WeChat since I arrived to China.
Arrived in China.
In China, because I needed to communicate with my teachers and classmates, and in China there aren't some social media websites like Facebook, Instagram. They all are banned. So you can't use them only via using VPN. But they in the VPN they work slowly, so it's annoying me. That's why I started started using WeChat.
Okay.
Alright, the name of sample you have been. I have been eating a lot of sushi and Japanese food recently because I'm born in Russia without Chinese and Japanese food. The
I'm
main
bored.
reason, yes, the main reason of it is that in Russia is poor quality products and poor quality restaurants.
Okay.
Right, the time you have been going to bed this week. I have been going to bed at 2 o'clock in the night at night in this week because I had insomnia. Right, something you have been doing to improve your English recently. I have been trying to watch the news in English, not watch, read this news in English, and it was adapted news, so it was very easy for me. But there have one problem in that adapted news have a small, just a small general news. They don't have a lot of all news in the world, so I can't find something interesting for me. And if I can't find, so I feel boring. Read such adapted news.
Okay.
What's the name of a book I've been reading but haven't finished yet? I have been reading a book, namely is Ideal Babysitter. And but I haven't finished it yet because I don't have enough time for it right now.
Okay, so let's try to guess the type of TV program.
Buy two, get one free quiz show.
I think you buy something. So when you buy something on TV, well, it's not, I don't know if it still exists, but before people used to buy a lot of things on TV. So what was this called? Or also like when you want to promote a product, what kind of let's call it a film do you or program? Let's call it a program. It's not exactly a program. How to say reklama?
Advert.
Advert. Okay.
Advert.
Right.
This means the studio Jack will be talking about his new album, quiz show.
It's not quiz. In Russian we call this talk show,
Quiz?
but in English usually it's chat show.
Chat show. For this recipe, you will need
Recipe.
the cooking program.
But you call
Cookery
this
program.
cookery. Yes, cookery program.
Elephant documentary.
Yes, right.
Internet show. We are investing in education in UK schools. It can be news.
Yes, there is another word for this. Программа с текущими событиями.
Oh, I forget it.
Okay, how to say текущие события? Let's see you.
I don't know. I don't know
Current,
because it was very...
yes, current affairs program.
And now for 500 euros, what's the capital of Australia? Quiz show.
Yes, I think Sima can answer easily. Okay.
What a surprise! Scully is nominated Barry to leave the house. Drama comedy.
We had this stupid program House 2 in Russia. What type of a show is it?
Reality show.
Yes, right.
Tomorrow it will be sunny and dry. Forecast.
Weather forecast. Okay, good.
Weather forecast. But if Leo knows the father who is. Crime? Drama. No. Crime?
Мыльная опера.
Oh, I forget.
Soap opera, or you can just say soap.
Soap. And it's a penalty for Chelsea sport program.
Live sport, yes.
Live sport. My lad is a carriage is at the door and His Majesty Weston. It is period drama.
Very good. Yes, period drama. Or you can, I think you can also say historical film. But here, yes, here you need to say this period drama. Okay, now please complete the second sentence so that it means the same as the first. Let's read the example.
I can't wait to see what happens next week. I can't wait to see next week's episode.
Okay.
I'm sad this series is finished for now, but there will be more. There will be another serial,
No. Season.
a season.
Okay.
I don't watch TV anymore. I just use Netflix and Amazon Prime. I just use um
Служба потокового вещания.
I don't know how to say it.
Streaming services.
Streaming services. Which one is my favorite? Game of Thrones, I think. Game of Thrones is my favorite serial.
Serial, or you sometimes call this series.
Okay. Oh, I hate this program. Please change the channel. Please turn on. Over.
Turnover, right.
Please make the TV quieter. Please turn the TV down.
Okay.
I can't hear the TV. Make it louder, please. Turn the TV up, please.
Okay.
Don't leave the TV on when you go to bed. Turn the TV off when you go to bed.
Okay.
Why is the TV off? It's time for the news. Turn the TV on. It's time for the news.
Okay.
Channel 4 is showing my favorite film right now. My favorite film is on Channel 4 right now.
Channel is on channel 4 right now.
Channel 4 right now.
Okay, brilliant. So, A Quiet Life. So, there is the introduction to the article about Italian villages. Please read it and be ready to answer 3 questions. So, why are some Italian villages becoming ghost towns? What do you think the new ways of surviving could be? Are there similar problems in small villages in your country? Okay, please read the introduction now.
Italy is famous for its picturesque small towns and villages, many of them originating from medieval times, but a recent report suggests that almost 2,500 risk becoming abandoned ghost towns. It all started with the post-war economic decline of rural Italian communities, when many inhabitants of these small towns and villages emigrated to cities. As more and more young people left, birth rates fell and the villages began to empty. But recently, some of these villages have discovered new ways of surveying.
Okay. So,
They become ghost towns because many inhabitants emigrated to cities,
okay.
right? What do you think the new ways of serving could be? I need to say what the new
Yes,
ways, or this
it's
is an
your own
introduction.
ideas. Yes.
Okay. I think if they can give people work in villages, people will stay, and maybe they need build more building and run some business company or some industry.
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 Okay. Or you can just have internet installed in these villages and provide everyone with online jobs?
Okay. Are there similar problems in small villages in your country? I think a plethora of Russians move to cities right now because cities have more opportunities for them, and you can find lucrative jobs. Um, and I don't know what else. Might be in the villages, internet doesn't work.
Okay, right. So, but I think technically now it's possible to have good internet in villages. It's just all the villagers have to, well, pay for it at the same time so that it's affordable. And maybe
I don't
technically
know,
it's
but when I go to my grandmother who lives in village, um, I need to choose my SIM card, my telephone card, because my megaphone doesn't work
okay.
in her village,
And
and it's difficult
uh,
for me.
all right. And is it technically possible to have broadband internet connection or fiber internet connection?
Yes, because my grandmother have two houses in village. One houses have internet Wi-Fi, and it's like it's better than Wi-Fi in the city right now I have.
Okay.
But in her recent house, she doesn't have, but she has tele two SIM card and it's work good,
Works well. Okay.
works well.
Good. Now there is the first paragraph. Please read it and try to complete the gaps with problems A through D. So you do it yourself now, and when you're ready, we'll check.
Okay. I'm ready.
Okay. So what do you have for number one?
B,
Okay.
two number D,
Okay.
three number C,
Okay.
four number A.
Okay. Brilliant. So now please read the next paragraph, and after you read it, please complete the tourist information booklet about Civita.
I'm ready.
Okay, so Monday to Saturday.
3 euros.
Okay.
Sunday and public holidays 5 euros.
Okay.
And you can also book a private tour of the village.
Okay. Good. Now we will read about Santo Stefano. It's on the other, so it's on the other page. And please be ready to answer the questions. So, what problems did the village have at the end of the 20th century? Who was Daniel Kilgren, and what was his idea? How has his idea benefited the local people, and what is the situation in the village now? Okay, so here are the questions. And please read the text.
I'm ready.
Okay, so please answer the questions.
Um,
So
what problems did the village have at the end of the 20th century? It was ruined and it had just 70 inhabitants living in there.
okay.
Daniel Kirchgren was a Swedish Italian millionaire. And his idea was to buy a house and then connect it with 10 house and just not save, restore the city.
Okay.
How has his idea benefit the local people? He had deal with the government, and they built a new buildings and opened hotels, and they started to buy things and food from local people, and people has a huge benefit, and economic was revived.
Okay.
What has been revived?
To revive.
Оживать?
Yes, to become alive.
Okay. What is the situation in the village now? It is thriving by earthquake, but this man want to restore it again. What is thriving? Разрушен?
Thrive. To thrive, that's процветать. It means to be in a good condition.
But why
So
in
it's
good condition if it is ruined by earthquake?
okay, even though, in spite of the fact it was partly ruined by earthquake, it is still thriving. Несмотря на то, что там было землетрясение, тем не менее деревня процветает.
Okay.
So now please answer these questions. Exercise E.
Which of the two villages would you most like to visit? Why? Which two village?
So there's
How
one village is Civita with castles, and the second one it's this one.
Okay, because I don't know about Civita. I just read it for ask questions and I don't realize what is it.
Okay, so it's about
Because
the villages which
when I ask questions, I don't look at all text. I just find some similar words.
Okay, right.
But
That's
I
fine.
think I would like to live in second ones. Because it's more natural and near. It's near to nature. It connects to nature. Connects nature.
Okay.
Do you think either of the solution in the article would work for a town or village in your country? My country doesn't have such problems like these ones, but I think my country need other solutions.
Okay.
Do you agree that these solutions are a good idea? What could be the disadvantages? Can you think of any other ways to help towns to survive? I think for this case, it is a perfect idea. But there can be some disadvantages because this Swedish millionaire can lost some money because I don't think it's very popular for tourists right now. And in the future, it can't be progressive, might be.
Okay. So now please look at the photo. What kind of place do you think it is, and where do you think it might be?
I think it might be Brazil or India.
Okay. And what kind of place is it?
It is village.
Okay. So let's listen and find out. Listen to a woman talking about her life there, and let's check what this place really is.
$5.10.
I used to live in a village in the province of Sakarya. It was an amazing place to live, just so beautiful. There's a large lake nearby, and the hills are covered with pine trees. People go to picnic there. The coast is also not far away. When I lived there, it was as if time had stood still. People worked in the fields. Some things were annoying. There was no running water or electricity. We had our own well and generator, and there was only one shop. We had to wait for a minibus from the nearest town to bring fresh bread and the newspapers every morning. I worked in a school in a nearby town. In fact, the one that sent the bread and papers. I used to think when I was living there that there wasn't much choice of things to do, things to buy. But I made my own entertainment. I played tennis, went for walks, played the piano. In the end, I had to move for work. to Istanbul, which is the biggest and noisiest city in Turkey. And now I really miss the fresh food and fresh fish, the peace and quiet.
Okay. So what kind of place is it?
It is a small village in Sakarya. I think Sakarya it is in Turkey because she want to move Istanbul, but I think it's Sakarya. It's Turkey,
Yes.
right?
Yes. This is a village in Turkey, right? And Sakarya is in Turkey too. Okay. Please listen again and be ready to answer these 4 questions. So, what did she like about the village when she lived there? What didn't she like as much? Where does she live now? And what does she miss about life in the village? Okay. Are you ready?
Yes.
5.10.
I used to live in a village in the province of Sakarya. It was an amazing place to live, just so beautiful. There's a large lake nearby, and the hills are covered with pine trees. People go to picnic there. The coast is also not far away. When I lived there, it was as if time had stood still. People worked in the fields. Some things were annoying. There was no running water or electricity. We had our own well and generator, and there was only one shop. We had to wait for a minibus from the nearest town to bring fresh bread and the newspapers every morning. I worked in a school in a nearby town. In fact, the one that sent the bread and papers. I used to think when I was living there that there wasn't much choice of things to do, things to buy. But I made my own entertainment. I played tennis, went for walks, played the piano. In the end, I had to move for work to Istanbul, which is the biggest and noisiest city in Turkey. And now I really miss the fresh food and fresh fish, the peace and quiet.
Okay. Are you ready?
Yes. She like that it was a beautiful, that it is a beautiful place, and because because there is a lake near the village, and cost also is low.
Okay.
And she used to like play tennis and go for a walk, play volleyball. I forget. But she
Tennis.
didn't. Yes, tennis. But she didn't like. There no what. There wasn't running water, electricity, and it had only one shop, and you need to wait bus for a long time. Um, she lives in Istanbul. Right, she lives in Istanbul right now, and she misses,
Yes.
right? She misses about fresh food and fish.
Without a doubt, she misses fresh food, fresh
Yes,
fish,
she
and
misses fresh food
the
and
peace and
fish.
quiet also. Okay, please listen and complete the extracts. There are some sentences. Please listen to them and try to complete them with or maybe one word. Um, and let's see if you know these words. Okay, so use pen and paper, please.
5.11. 1,
There's a large lake nearby.
2,
The hills are covered with pine trees.
3,
People worked in the fields.
4,
We had our own well and generator.
Okay. So what are the words?
There is a large lake.
Mhm.
The hills are covered with pine trees.
Okay.
Hills at the холмы, right?
Yes, like small mountains, right?
And fields, it is поле,
Yes.
поля. People work in the fields.
Okay.
Pine, pine trees, it is palma.
Uh, the last one we had, uh, We had our own.
No, in the second, with pine trees.
Oh, pine trees, that's sosna.
Okay. And I don't understand, we had our own well and generator. What is well? Стена?
A well, this is a place in the ground from which you can take water. Usually you take a bucket inside and then you take water from there.
How
called
we write it?
it's okay.
W.
I'm sorry.
How to spell it? Well. Okay.
Yes. Well. Okay. So. Now there are words related to the countryside. First, please match the words and the pictures. Here's the slide for you.
I did it, but not all of them.
Okay. So let's check, and then we'll see if you have some questions.
5.12. The country. 1. Nature. 19.
Branch.
15.
Bush.
9.
Cliff.
14.
Fence.
6.
Field.
8.
Gate.
17.
Grass.
4.
Hedge.
3,
Hill.
11,
Lake.
2,
Leaf.
7,
Mud.
1,
Path.
10,
Rocks.
16,
Sticks.
13,
Stones.
18,
Stream.
20,
Valley.
12,
Well.
5.
Wood.
Okay. Do you have any questions?
I don't have questions, but I just have questions about why why bush could not 4, because 15 it is цветы flowers.
Okay, maybe it's like for them it's кустарник. So I think it's not so important as long as you understand that bush is a small tree and flower is a flower. I think it's okay. But
Okay, I don't
yes.
have other questions.
Okay. So please repeat the words after the announcer.
5.12, 19,
Branch.
Branch,
15,
Bush.
bush,
9,
Cliff.
cliff,
14,
Fence.
fence,
6,
Field.
field,
8,
Gate.
gate,
17,
Grass.
grass,
4,
Hedge.
hedge,
3,
Hill.
hill,
11,
Lake.
lake,
2,
Leaf.
leaf,
7,
Mud.
mud,
1,
Path.
path,
10,
Rocks.
rocks,
16,
Sticks.
sticks,
13,
Stones.
stones,
18,
Stream.
stream,
20,
Valley.
valley,
12,
Well.
well,
5,
Wood.
wood.
Okay, good. So for your homework, please do workbook 5A. So, workbook 5A, and that's all. So next time, yes,
Tomorrow 11?
yes, is it okay?
Yes.
All right. So, and I will just write it for myself. It's page 162 on a farm. I'll just write it for myself, not to forget. So it's next time, page 162 on a farm. Okay. So thank you for participation, and see you tomorrow.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay. Bye. Grammar, you need to choose A, B, or C. Please read the whole answer.
I couldn't answer my phone because I was driving.
Because I was driving, okay.
We went to a lot of different shops yesterday.
Okay.
She didn't used to get up so late.
Okay, so it's A, right?
No. No, it's B.
Oh, okay, B. So right, she didn't use to get up, so it's not C. All right, yes, that's right. Okay.
When I was young, I used to love playing football.
Okay.
Go down the steps until you get to the bottom.
Okay.
We are very pleased with our holiday photos.
Okay.
Are we going out? It depends on B.
On the weather, okay.
I'm really sorry. I promise I won't be late again.
Okay, good.
These bags are so heavy. I will help you with them.
Okay.
We have booked a week in Venice in April. Where are you going to stay?
Okay.
This job looks interesting. Shall I apply?
Okay.
I won't want to work abroad unless the pay was very good. B.
Unless the pay was...
No. C, because it is past.
Okay, can you read the whole sentence now?
I wouldn't want to work abroad unless the pay was very good.
Okay.
I might get the job if I had more experience.
Okay.
If you needed to earn some money, you shouldn't become an intern.
Just need, because shouldn't is just a general situation in the present, and so I also if you need to earn, you should do this, or you shouldn't do this.
Okay, and you won't get into university unless you study harder.
Okay. Good. So vocabulary.
15 years old, it is teenager.
Okay.
21 or 22, it is early 20s.
In his early 20s and her early 20s, okay.
Okay. 18 months old, it's child.
You can also say toddler. You can specify this.
But toddler not from 3 years old to 5 years old.
Not necessarily. No, I would say a toddler is a baby who is learning how to walk, and this is between 1 and 2, maybe 3 years, but 1, 2 years. It's a very small child.
Oh, I thought it's between 5 years. People start to walk.
Okay. No, I think 2-year-olds can already walk. So.
Okay. Over 65, retired.
Okay.
58, elderly person.
Yeah. Okay. You can also say in his late 50s, in her late 50s.
Okay, and 44, 45. In his or her mid-40s.
That's right. Okay, so choose the correct phrase.
My sister is a very good photographer.
Okay.
First, it's very dark in here, so you will need to use flash.
Okay.
This is me in front of the Taj Mahal.
Taj Mahal, okay.
There's my dog in the bottom right-hand corner.
Okay.
Here is a photo of us on the beach. You can see our hotel in the background.
Hotel. Okay.
Hotel. A person whose job is to take the rubbish away is refuse collector.
Refuse collector.
Refuse, yes. The material often used to make boxes properly.
How to say carton?
Carton.
Cardboard. Carton, that's carton na коробка. Like a carton of milk, for example. But the material is called cardboard.
Okay. The top of a jar it is lid or cap.
Okay.
A large plastic bag for putting rubbish in, bin bag.
Bin bag. Yeah, it was a problem for me to find here bin bag in Bali because they clean my room only once in 5 days, but I need to take out rubbish more often, and they don't provide me with a bag. And I think I tried maybe 4 or 5 shops.
Thailand, it was too.
Mhm.
A plastic or paper cover for chocolate bar. I forget it. Not
It starts with W and the second letter is R.
wrapper.
Wrapper. Okay.
A large area of land where waste is put. Landfill site.
Yes, good.
Okay. Don't forget to include a cover letter with your CV.
You can say cover letter, or sometimes it's also called covering letter. Both of them are possible.
Okay, I'm living in hall of residence in my first year at university.
Okay.
He won't get the job. He doesn't have enough qualifications.
Okay.
You need to apply for a work permit to work in the USA.
All right.
Most university students attend lectures every day.
Okay.
I'm trying to get a job, but there are very few vacancies.
Okay.
We would like to invite you to attend an interview on the 3rd of March.
Okay.
The humanities faculty is the largest at this university.
Okay. Right. So the text.
The text. Okay. And exercise. Look at which kind of store do you think is it? It is the food is in big jars and boxes, and people bring their own containers.
Okay.
And exercise B, number 1, it is false.
Okay.
Number 2, false.
Okay.
Number 3, true.
Okay.
Number 4, false.
All right.
Number 5, false.
Okay.
Number 6, true.
Okay.
Number 7, true.
All right.
And number 8, true.
Yes. Okay. Everything is correct. It's good.
Okay, I don't have other questions.
Okay. So now let's revise the vocabulary related to city life and country life. Last lesson we learned words related to nature. So let's. Can you just repeat the words after the announcer? And if there are any questions, I hope you remember all of them. But if there are any questions, then just feel free to ask me. Please repeat.
I can't hear.
Okay. Let me try again. So I'll just stop sharing. And I will start sharing again.
Branch.
Please repeat.
Branch.
15.
Bush.
Bush.
9.
Cliff.
Cliff.
14.
Fence.
Fence.
6.
Field.
Field.
8,
Gate.
Gate.
17,
Grass.
Grass.
4,
Hedge.
Hedge.
3,
Hill.
Hill.
11,
Lake.
Lake.
2,
Leaf.
Leaf.
7,
Mud.
Mud.
1,
Path.
Path.
10,
Rocks.
Rocks.
16,
Sticks.
Sticks.
13,
Stones.
Stones.
18,
Stream.
Stream.
20,
Valley.
Valley.
12,
Well.
Well.
5,
Wood.
Wood. Wood.
Okay. Do you have any questions about these words?
I forget what is branch.
Branch, it's part of a tree. So you can see it in picture 19. This is a branch of a tree. Ветка.
Okay. And cliff.
Cliff. Okay, where is this cliff? Cliff, that's утес. So that will be picture 9. So here's a cliff.
And hedge.
Hedge, that's живая изгородь. And this is number 4. So this type of bush in Great Britain it's quite popular. It's called privet bush. Privet, it's an advanced lexical item, and if you want to mention some trees or bushes, you can say privet bushes. And in Russian, it's a word that I think you don't know. That's берючина.
I don't know this.
Yes, but if you say it in IELTS, it's very impressive. Because it's a really advanced word. But the general word for изгородь, живая изгородь, that's hedge.
And rocks. It isn't a choice.
Rocks that can be камень or скала. So there are two meanings, and in this case, this is picture 10. This is what rocks are. So it has two meanings. You can say that it's kind of a big stone. That's rock, or you can say it's гора.
And stream, is it поток?
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Now, please look at the pictures and try to say all these words in English without looking at the list of the words.
Path. It is leaf.
Okay.
Tree. It is hill.
Hill. Okay.
Right.
Yes, it's a hill.
For it is not branch.
Starts with H.
Hedge.
Hedge.
Hedge. 5 wood. Right.
Okay. Yes.
6 fields.
Field. Okay.
7 mud.
Okay.
8 gate.
All right.
9 flints.
No.
Cliff.
Cliff. Starts with C.
Cliff. 10 it is rock.
Rocks, because there are two.
Rocks. 11 lake.
Okay.
12 well. 13 stones. 15 fence. No, 14 fence. 14 fence. 15 bush. 16 sticks.
Okay.
17 grass. 18 stream. 19 branch. 20 valley.
Okay, very good. So now on a farm, there are some animals and also parts of a farm. I'll make a slide for you. Please match the words and the pictures. Okay, and tell me when you're ready.
I'm ready.
Okay, so let's listen and check. 13.
Five point 13. 2. On a farm. 5.
Barn.
3.
Cockerel.
9.
Cow.
1.
Donkey.
6.
Farmhouse.
4.
Hens.
7.
Lambs.
2.
Sheep.
8.
Tractor.
Okay, do you have any questions?
Yes. What is number 5 barn?
Barn, that's ambar. It's a special house where you keep, for example, corn or something else.
Okay. I don't have other questions.
Okay, now please repeat.
5.13. 2. On a farm. 5.
Barn.
Please repeat. Barn.
Barn.
3.
Cockerel.
Crocodile.
9.
Cow.
Cow.
1.
Donkey.
Donkey.
6.
Farmhouse.
Farmhouse.
4.
Hens.
Hens.
7.
Lambs.
Lambs.
2.
Sheep.
Sheep.
8.
Tractor.
Tractor.
Okay, so now please look at the pictures and try to say these words in English.
A donkey.
Okay.
A sheep.
Yes, and also please pay attention. One sheep three sheep.
3 sheep.
No. It's an exception. It doesn't change. It's the same in plural and in singular. So it's 1 sheep, 2 sheep, 3 sheep.
Okay. 3 cockerel.
Cockerel. Or in American English, you say rooster. And also donkey will be donkey. Okay. So next one.
4 hens.
Okay.
Barn.
Barn. Okay.
6 farmhouse.
Okay.
7 lambs.
Okay.
8 tractor.
Okay.
9 cow.
Okay, very good. Now please complete the text with a verb or past participle from the list. Grow, harvested, pick, and planted. Please do it yourself, and then when you're ready, we'll check.
I'm ready.
Okay. So could you please read the text?
In the UK, especially in the east of England, a lot of farmers grow cereals, for example,
Wheat.
wheat, vegetables, and fruit. It's right.
Yes.
Most crops are planted in the early spring and are harvested in the summer. For example, wheat in August and mashed potatoes from June onwards. Soft fruits like strawberries are usually ripe in June and July, and many farms invite people to come and pick their own fruit.
Okay. Do you have any questions about this text?
Yes. What does harvested?
Okay. Harvest as a noun, it means something that the vegetables and fruit that you pick, урожай. And to harvest, it means like to collect your harvest. Собирать урожай.
And what does mean planted, сажать?
Yes.
What is different between grow and planted?
Grow, that's выращивать, plant, that's сажать. So first you plant and then you grow it. You water it and so on. You use maybe some fertilizers, удобрения. So this is when you grow. But plant is just you put the seed in the ground.
Okay. I don't have questions.
Okay, let's listen again.
Five point 14.
In the UK, especially in the east of England, a lot of farmers grow cereals, for example wheat, vegetables and fruit. Most crops are planted in the early spring and are harvested in the summer, for example wheat in August and most potatoes from June onwards. Soft fruits like strawberries are usually ripe in June and July, and many farms invite people to come and pick their own fruit.
I have a question. What is wheat?
Wheat, that's something that you use to make bread. What is it in Russian?
Slaki.
Pшеница. Yes, grains would be зерновые, but wheat is kind of it, pшеница.
And ripe, what does it mean?
Ripe, it's when it's ready to be harvested. Зрелый.
Okay. I don't have questions.
All right. Okay, so please read the title and the introduction to the article and try to answer two questions. Why do you think people move from the city to the country, and why do some people move back? Okay, please read this.
From the city to the country and sometimes back again. Not everyone in the UK who moves to the country ends up staying there. In fact, for the first time in years, as many people are moving back to cities as are moving out to the country.
Okay.
But that I need to buy themselves, right?
Yes, yes. You just need to think why this sometimes.
Okay, might be because they think that life in the city is better, but then they realize that it might be too expensive, uncomfortable, polluted, and
Yes, but
and you.
it's about those who move to this from the city to the country, and then sometimes back.
Ah, okay. Uh, might be this. They want to be close to nature, and then they realize that it's too boring and have a lot of disadvantages, such as uh, they they have only one shop. Store shops isn't enough, and might be they have some other problems with electricity, internet connection, water, um, communication, and etc.
Okay. Right. So we're going to read about Liz Jones and Bob Ayers, and please answer the question: why did they both move to the country? Let's read it.
I was just divorced and bored with my easy, um, if super busy London life. I wanted to live somewhere quieter, simpler, more beautiful. So I sold my house and bought a big farmhouse with 50 acres of land. I will look after horses, I thought. I will get a dog. I will grow up all my own food. It will be idyllic, and friends will come to stay and tell me how lucky I am to live here.
Okay. And this is Bob.
My wife Jean and I had lived in London for years, and we both worked right in the city centre. It was a police inspector, and Jean was a police dog handler. We enjoyed our jobs, but it was pretty stressful dealing with accidents, drugs, shootings, and so on. We would often talked about
Head.
moving out. We had often talked about moving out of London, and we had had holidays in the country, so we thought we knew what living in the country would be like. 10 years ago, we bought a house in a village in Dorset with a huge garden.
Okay. So Liz, why did she move to the country?
Because she thought life in the country would be better, quite simpler and more beautiful, and her friends will jealous her.
Will be jealous. Okay. If you say she said, then she said her life would. If you make it a reported speech,
Yes,
because
yes.
here it was direct. I will look after horses. I thought. But you can say she thought she would look after horses. Okay, now what about Bob Ayers?
Um, his work was stressful, and he just started about all drugs, shooting, accidents, and want to move in the country,
To the
and because
country.
they think, yes, to the country, because they think it will be it will be
They thought it would be.
quieter.
Yes, they thought it would be quieter. Okay, so you're going to listen to Liz and Bob talking about what life was really like in the country. So first, listen and complete some extracts. So there are some extracts about Liz and about Bob. And after you listen, try to think, who do you think stayed and who do you think moved back to the city? Before you listen, have a quick look at these notes. And when you're ready, we're going to listen.
I'm ready.
Okay, so let's listen.
Five point 16. Liz. 1,
You have to drive miles to find a shop.
2,
They look at you as if you were from Mars.
3,
Another thing I hated was the shooting.
4,
An amazing view and a pair of nesting herons.
5,
I sat outside underneath millions of stars.
Bob. 6,
And my wife always wanted to have a donkey or a horse.
7,
So we started with 4 sheep.
8,
It gets incredibly muddy.
9,
It can get physically very hard.
10,
There were some local farmers who didn't really like newcomers.
Okay, do you need to listen again or are you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay, please read the notes.
You have to drive miles to find a shop.
Okay,
They look at you as if you were from Mars.
okay,
Another thing I hated was a shooting.
Okay,
An amazing view and a pair of nesting herons.
herons. Herons, as you can see it in the picture, it's Zapля.
Okay. I sat outside underneath millions of stars.
Okay,
My wife always wanted to have a donkey or a horse,
okay,
so we started with 4 sheep.
okay.
It gets incredibly. What does mean, Marty?
Muddy, it's dirty. Do you remember
Okay.
mud? That's dirt. So muddy means dirty.
Okay. It can get physically very hard. There were some local farms who didn't really like newcomers. What is newcomers?
Newcomers, these are people who have just arrived. Some new people in the area. Okay. So, who do you think stayed and who do you think moved back to the city?
In my opinion, it is Liz who stayed at the country because she says sometimes she said that it was it was great and had some advantages, but Bob always said that is wasn't good.
Okay. Now let's listen to their full stories.
Five point 17. Liz.
When I moved in, the house was cold and absolutely filthy, and the cooker didn't work. I discovered everything in the countryside is more expensive. You have to drive miles to find a shop where everything costs twice as much as in my local supermarket in London. Local restaurants are really expensive, and if you tell the waiter that you're a vegetarian, they look at you as if you were from Mars. I never fitted in. I think that in the country, if you're a woman, you'll never be accepted unless you're a full-time mum. Another thing I hated was the shooting. I love animals. I had 2 horses and 2 dogs, and I just couldn't pass a group of men with guns shooting rabbits and deer without getting out of my car and saying, "Do you really have nothing better to do on a Saturday morning?" That didn't make me very popular. I became so lonely, I often used to sit in my car and listen to the kind voice of the sat-nav lady. After 5 years, I decided to go back to London. I'd learned that an amazing view and a pair of nesting herons were not enough to make me happy. On my last night in the country, I sat outside underneath millions of stars, and I thought to myself, I've come to the end of a 5-year prison sentence. I promised myself I would never, ever go back.
Bob.
The first thing we had to do was find new jobs. Jean got part-time work with a local company that sells meat products, and I did work as a lawyer. 2 years later, we had a barn built, and my wife always wanted to have a donkey or a horse. But in the end, we thought sheep were less destructive to the land, so we kept with the sheep, better for the land. So we started with 4 sheep, which we kept in the garden at first, and then we bought a field, and then we bought 10 more sheep and sold 6 for meat. And that was the start of our sheep business. Now we've got 68 sheep and 7 fields. At the moment, we've got 25 sheep that are expecting lambs ready for the next season. In addition to that, we've got free-range hens, which we rescued from battery farms. It hasn't all been easy. It rains a lot where we live now, and it gets incredibly muddy. And of course, the work with the animals, it can get physically very hard. At first, we had a little bit of resistance. There were some local farmers who didn't really like newcomers. But we've always employed local people, and we buy food in the local shops, and we try and engage with the local community as much as we possibly can. We sell our meat and eggs to neighbours and friends, and we produce wool from the sheep as well now. We haven't really ever considered moving back because we really enjoy it. We loved life in the city, but we would never think about going back now.
Okay.
Okay, it's Bob who doesn't want to leave country.
And who stayed?
Bob.
And who left the city? Sorry, who left the village?
Liz.
Okay, right. So we're going to listen again. And please say, who is it? Liz, Bob, or both? Please look at the sentences. And then when you're ready, we're going to listen again.
I did it. Because I know the answers.
So you don't need to listen again.
I think so.
Okay, let's check.
Had problems with the house when she moved in. It is Liz.
Okay.
Found prices much higher in the country. It is also Liz.
Okay.
Got a new job. It is Bob.
Okay. Bob.
Bob. Buy more land. It is also Bob.
Okay.
didn't behave like the local people expected. It is Liz, but might be it is boss.
Liz.
Liz. Kept animals Bob.
Actually, both.
But Liz don't kept animals.
Okay, let's
see. Okay, and had problems with the versa. It is both.
Okay.
Gave work to the local people. It is Bob.
Okay.
I won't listen again because I don't listen that Liz kept animals.
Okay. Yes, it's in the middle of the listening, so please listen again.
5.17. Liz.
When I moved in, the house was cold and absolutely filthy, and the cooker didn't work. I discovered everything in the countryside is more expensive. You have to drive miles to find a shop where everything costs twice as much as in my local supermarket in London. Local restaurants are really expensive, and if you tell the waiter that you're a vegetarian, they look at you as if you were from Mars. I never fitted in. I think that in the country, if you're a woman, you'll never be accepted unless you're a full-time mum. Another thing I hated was the shooting. I love animals. I had 2 horses and 2 dogs, and I just couldn't pass a group of men with guns shooting rabbits and deer without getting out of my car and saying, "Do you really have nothing better to do on a Saturday morning?" That didn't make me very popular. I became so lonely, I often used to sit in my car and listen to the kind voice of the sat-nav lady. After 5 years, I decided to go back to London. I'd learned that an amazing view and a pair of nesting herons were not enough to make me happy. On my last night in the country, I sat outside underneath millions of stars, and I thought to myself, I've come to the end of a 5-year prison sentence. I promised myself I would never, ever go back.
Okay, did you hear that?
Yes, horse and dogs.
Yes, 2 horses and 2 dogs. Okay, right. So, why do you think one of them succeeded in their life and the other failed?
Because Bob had work. He became successful in his work. He earns money from it, and Liz is he just she's different from these people. Because she's a vegetarian and she can't live without some full equipment with not full equipment area.
Okay. So, can you please answer these 2 questions?
Do you know anyone who has moved from the city to the country? Did they stay? Why not? My grandparents moved from city to the country because they got old and wanted to have relax and a relaxed life, and they want to live in more ecologically friendly part of country. So, and they have lived in country, I think, for maybe 10 years.
Okay.
And they is very happy with it, and I think they will never go back.
Okay.
Do you know anyone who has moved from the country to the city? When I was a child, not when I was a teenager, I always visited my grandparents, and they live in the country, and I met in this country one girl, and she used to live in country, but now she's living in the city because it's difficult to find job in the country, and for her it's uncomfortable to commute from country to city every day, and she have just bought mm, mm, the apartment in the city, so I think she also will never return.
Okay. Now, if you, I think you live in a large town, right? So Ryazan is quite large.
No, I don't think it's large.
But were you born in Moscow?
No, my parents, when my parents divorced, my mom and my brother moved to Moscow, and I afraid of study at Moscow, and my marks wasn't so good, so I stay in Riga.
Okay, so you can answer questions about living in a village or a small town if you live now, or you live in a large town or city. How do you consider yourself? So do you live in a large town?
I think Ryazan is is a village for me.
Okay, so now can you please answer these three questions?
Imagine you moved to a large town or city. What do you think you would miss the most about the country? Um, I would never miss Reason because Reason doesn't have any entertainments. Um, because there's some restaurants and these restaurants are not good, and and we have some parks and shopping center, but in this shopping center they haven't brand magazines, brand shops, just H&M, Zara, like this one. So if I want to buy really good things, mm, I need go Moscow. When it wasn't quarantine in Russia, I I went Moscow every week, and
Okay,
it's really hard for me because I don't have cars. I don't have a car, and I can't go by bus or public transport. I always need to take a taxi, and it is too expensive.
all right.
What do you think you would enjoy the most about the city? If I would live in a big city, I would enjoy the food. For example, Sydney. I want to live in Sydney. Sydney is the biggest city in Australia, and it has a plethora of types food. Um, because in Australia have a lot of foreigners and nationals and other cultures, and I think living in a big city more interesting.
Okay.
Do you ever go to large cities? Why do you go? Do you enjoy yourself there? Why not? It depends on which country it is, because big city in Russia it's okay, but big city in China it's harmful because of air pollution. A lot of people. I don't like such types of cities, but uh, Australia
Has
a very has a very Very clean. This is a very clean city, and there are no air pollution. The weather is pretty good, so I think it depends on country, not on city.
Okay, right. Can you please look at the screen and choose the correct option, present continuous or present perfect continuous?
I'm fixing the tractor at the moment. Can I call you? No, I have been fixing the tractor at the moment. Can I call you back?
It's at the moment. The key word is at the moment.
But I can say I have been just fixing the tractor at the moment, right now.
No. You can say I have just fixed, but it's not at the moment. I have just fixed, just a few minutes ago. But if it's right now, at the moment, I'm fixing.
Okay.
Because it's right now. Okay, and let's look at the second sentence.
Texas pools, so they are covered in mud. Sorry, but I have been working in the fields all day.
Okay. Right. So present perfect continuous. What do you remember about this? When do you use?
We use is extent of present perfect when we can't use non-action words. In present perfect, we use non-action verbs, and in present perfect continuous action verbs, right?
Yes, but we use present perfect instead of present perfect continuous, not vice versa. The main tense is present perfect continuous. It means something started in the past, lasted for some time, and isn't finished yet. Like I have been learning English for 20 years. You can say that, but if you can't use something in continuous, only because of this, you use present perfect. But this is the function of present perfect continuous. Okay, so this is the main function of present perfect continuous. But another function is when, for example, a person comes into the room and he is out of breath. And you can say, oh, you're out of breath. Have you been running? The person isn't running anymore, but it means the person was running for some time up to the present moment, and you can see the result. Or for example, you can see that somebody's eyes are wet, and you can say, your eyes are wet. Have you been cutting onions? Have you been crying? Well, the person isn't crying anymore, but his eyes are wet. So it has lasted up to a certain moment, and you can see the result. This is the second function of present perfect continuous. Okay?
Okay.
Now let's look at these examples. Please read and listen.
5.18. 1.
What have you been doing lately?
I've been studying for my exams.
She's been going for a walk every morning this week.
John's been working very late recently.
2.
You look tired.
I've been working in the garden. You're covered in paint. Yes, I've been decorating the kitchen all day.
3.
How long have you been looking for a new job?
We've been living here since last year.
It's been raining all day.
Okay, so this is present perfect continuous. Do you have any questions?
I don't have questions.
Yes, with verbs like work and live, and also feel, you can say, I have lived in London for 5 years. I have been living in London for 5 years. I have worked for this company for 5 years, or I have been working in this company for 5 years. So both options are possible. Okay, now, can you please complete answers A through I with a present perfect continuous and match them to questions? So if you want, you can start with the questions and then choose the answer and complete it with present perfect continuous. Let's read the example.
Why are you so late? Um, um, I have been sitting in a traffic jam for 2 hours.
Okay. Good.
Sorry, I take my headphones. Church. Okay.
Okay.
Do you want a coffee? No, thanks. I have just. I have been drinking too much caffeine lately.
Okay.
Are you going to move to London? I don't think so. No. I hope so. We have been looking for a flat we can afford.
Okay.
Are the children hungry? No, they have been eating biscuits all afternoon.
Biscuits. Yes. Okay.
Biscuits. Is your English good? Yes, she has been learning it for a long time.
Okay.
How is your new camera? It's great. I have been taking pictures all day.
Okay.
Why is Sally crying? Oh, she has been watching a sad film on TV.
Okay.
Do you think it is safe to drive? I don't think so. It has been snowing very heavily.
Okay. So, please choose the correct option. So read it, and when you're ready, choose the correct option and read the whole sentence. First, read it to yourself.
I have been living in a small village for 5 years.
Okay.
Enya is really tired. She has been traveling a lot for work since February.
Okay.
I haven't been doing much exercise lately.
Okay.
I arrived yesterday and I'm staying for 2 weeks.
Okay.
He's not answering his phone. Maybe he's driving.
All right.
At last, I have been waiting for you for ages.
All right.
I can't stand this weather. It has been raining all week.
All right.
Be quiet. I'm trying to concentrate.
Okay.
I have been seeing a lot of my family recently.
Okay.
We needed to get someone to look at the central heating. It hasn't been working properly for ages.
Yes, very good. So, it will be your homework to write an informal email. It's page 19. I will send it in the chat box for you so that you don't forget. All right, that's 5B. Okay, present perfect continuous. Please complete the conversations with the correct form of the verbs in brackets. Present continuous or present perfect continuous. So in speaking, you also normally use contractions, like instead of he has been studying, in speaking you usually say he's been studying. It's more natural. But in academic writing, you cannot use contractions. Okay, can you read the example first? It's number 1.
Look, Mom, it is snowing. I know, it has been snowing since 5 o'clock this morning. Sure, I'm trying to read. Sorry, Dad. Hi, Lisa, you look great. Thanks. I have been doing a lot of exercise recently.
Okay.
Are your daughters still teaching at the college, Katie?
So once again?
Is your daughter still teaching at the college, Katie?
Yes.
Yes, she has been working there for over 3 years now, or she has worked there for over 3 years now.
Well, you can say has worked. In this exercise, there is no present perfect, but yes, you can say that.
Oh no.
Oh no, it's not oh no. Oh no.
Oh no. It is starting to rain.
Okay.
I'll go and bring the washing.
Okay.
Have Mark been doing has Mark been doing his homework yet?
If you say yet, just already yet, are used for result, not for process.
Yes, but we can't use present perfect in this case because this exercise doesn't have present perfect.
Okay. Yes, that's correct. That's correct. But yes, present. That's right. But here you need to. It's a mistake in this book, and you need present perfect. They even have present perfect in the answers, I'm sure. Okay. So yeah, you're right.
Of course, no. He has been playing games on his phone all evening.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm late. Have you been waiting long?
Okay.
Yes, I have been standing here for nearly 20 minutes.
Okay.
Can I speak to Mrs. Johnson, please? She is having lunch at the moment. Can she call you back in half an hour?
Okay.
Did you see that program about sharks last night? No, I have not been watching much TV lately.
Okay.
How long have you been living in Manchester?
Manchester.
About 2 years, but recently we have been thinking about moving to the country.
Okay.
You don't look very well, Pete. Are you okay? Not really. I have not been feeling well all week.
Okay.
You said the TV I can hear. Yes, Dad. I have been studying for my exams since lunchtime, and now I'm watching the news.
Okay. Right. Have we done this already?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so for each number, please try to say the correct word.
Number 1, is it barn?
Yes, that's right.
Number 2, where is it? Number 2, it is tractor.
Okay.
Number 3, it is hens.
Hens in plural, okay.
Number 4, it is sheep.
Okay.
Number 5, leaves.
Okay.
Number 6, path. No, is this path? Not path. This is path? Yes, this is
How
path.
do you say? No, that's patok, ручей.
But if it is stream, why it is have grass in this
Maybe
section?
these are seaweeds, водоросли. But they want you to say that it's a stream of water. So that's a stream. Or it could be a pass, but I think pass, this is number 12. This is obviously a pass.
Okay, and 7, bush.
Okay.
8, where is it? 8, this is farmhouse.
Okay.
9, cow.
Okay. 9
And
is not a cow.
is not корова.
This is a cow. And this is a sow.
Yes, it is donkey.
Donkey in American English or donkey in British?
Donkey. And then, is it field?
Yes.
11. Oh, I forget this. Leaf.
No, it starts with H.
I don't know.
Second letter is E. He. Hedge.
Field.
Hedge.
Hedge. Hedge and 12 paths. 13 it is stones.
Okay, where's
14.
That's how to say камни. You can say stones, but there was another word for that's rocks.
Yes, rocks. And 15 it is cow, and no 14. 15 it is hill.
Yes, exactly. Okay, now try to say well as many words as you can for buildings. So we have barn and
Farmhouse.
farmhouse. Farm animals. What farm animals do you remember? They can be hens.
Hens, sheep, donkeys.
Okay.
And cows.
Cow. Okay. Now equipment. This tractor. Nature. You have leaves. Then how to say ручей?
Stream, lake.
Okay.
Stream, lake, field, hill, bush, hedge, right?
Yes.
Hedge.
Okay, say тропинка.
Path.
Path and камни.
Stones or rocks.
Okay, brilliant. So, okay. So then your homework will be file 5B workbook, and writing an informal letter. Okay, 5B. And we'll also start Unit 6A today. So, at a restaurant. Please look at the phrases and who says them. Is it a customer or a waiter who usually says them?
I already told it is waiter.
Okay.
Would you like the dessert menu? Waiter.
Okay.
I will have the lasagna, please. Why not? I would have. I would like to have.
Yes, because what would you like? You usually say, I'll have the steak, please. So it's just a typical phrase that at least this is what they write in
I can't say in the restaurant, I would like to have.
You can say that, yes, absolutely. But in British books, they usually say, I'll have the something, please. It's a typical phrase. But in real life, of course, you can also say, I'd like to have.
Okay. Enjoy your meal, waiter. Can we have the bill, please? Customer, today's special on the board over there. Waiter. How would you like your steak? Waiter. Can I have the wine list, please? Customer. Is service included? Customer. I'm sorry, but this fish isn't cooked. Waiter.
Yes, I'm sorry, this chicken isn't cooked. Oh, sir, are you sure? Yes, it is eating the rice on my plate. So, and for how do you like your steak? There are three ways: rare, medium, or well done. Well done. Хорошей прожарки, medium, that's средний, and rare, this is what we call с кровью in Russian. Okay. So things on the table. So can you see this?
Yes.
Okay, so please match this first, do it yourself, and then we're going to check it.
I'm ready.
Okay, let's listen and check.
Six point one. At a restaurant. 1. Things on the table. 11.
Bowl.
2.
Candle.
5.
Corkscrew.
19.
Cup.
14.
Fork.
6.
Glass.
18.
Jug.
12.
Knife.
16.
Mug.
13.
Napkin.
3.
Oil and vinegar.
10.
Plate.
7.
Salt and pepper.
21.
Saucer.
4.
Serving dish.
9.
Spoon.
8.
Tablecloth.
15.
Teapot.
20.
Teaspoon.
17.
Tray.
1.
Wine glass.
Okay. So,
What is corkscrew stopper?
corkscrew, yes, this is a thing you use to open bottles of wine, for example.
And what's its difference between cup and mug?
Okay, so I think mug is bigger than a cup. So in Russian we say cup, that would be чашка, and mug would be кружка. So I think mug is bigger.
Mm-hmm. And jug.
Jug, that's кувшин.
And napkin.
Napkin. So, well, this is a piece of clothing that you use to wipe your hands off. But in many cafes and restaurants now you just have some tissues, салфетки. So this is like салфетка такая многоразовая, которую стирают. It's more like napkin.
Okay. And saucer, it isn't a place for sauce.
No, that's кастрюля. Saucer. Oh, sorry. Saucer is блюдце. Saucepan will be кастрюля. Saucer, and also in English they say flying saucer, that's летающая тарелка. I mean, NLO, a UFO. So unidentified flying object.
Okay, but why serving dish is for? For isn't a tray?
Well, I think you can call this a tray if you want, but serving dish, that's maybe it's just more accurate, because tray will be this with cups and mugs. This is 17.
Okay. And I don't have questions.
Okay, so now please repeat the words after the
6.1. At a restaurant. 1. Things on the table. 11.
Bowl.
Please repeat. Bowl.
Bowl.
2.
Candle.
Candle.
5.
Corkscrew.
Corkscrew.
19.
Cup.
Cup.
14.
Fork.
Fork.
6.
Glass.
Glass.
18.
Jug.
Jug.
12.
Knife.
Knife.
16.
Mug.
Mug.
13.
Napkin.
Napkin.
3.
Oil and vinegar.
Oil and vinegar.
Plate.
Plate.
7.
Salt and pepper.
Salt and pepper.
21.
Saucer.
Saucer.
4.
Serving dish.
Serving dish.
9.
Spoon.
Spoon.
8.
Tablecloth.
Tablecloth.
15.
Teapot.
Teapot.
20.
Teaspoon.
Teaspoon.
17.
Tray.
Tray.
1.
Wine glass.
Wine glass.
Okay. Now please look at the pictures and try to say these words yourself.
1 it is wine glass.
Okay.
2 it is candle. 3 it is oil and vinegar.
Oil and vinegar.
4 it is serving dish. Right?
Yes, that's right. Serving dish.
5 corkscrew.
Corkscrew.
Corkscrew. 6 glass. 7 salt and pepper.
Pepper. Salt and pepper.
Pepper. 8 tablecloth.
Okay.
9 spoon.
Mm-hmm.
10 plate. 11 bowl.
Mm-hmm.
12 knife. 13 napkin.
Okay.
14 fork. 15 teapot.
Okay.
16 mug.
Okay.
17 tray. 18 jug. 19 cup. 20 teaspoon. 21 teaspoon. 21 I don't know what it is. I forget.
Saucer.
Yes, saucer.
Okay. So, the question, what would you expect to find on a restaurant table in your country?
In my country, we have all of it, but except of napkin, we have tissues or wet полотенце.
Towel.
Wet towel. And I don't think we have croquis
Corkscrew.
on the table because it is bringing by it is brought by waiter.
Okay.
And candle it is not always. And the service dish, I don't think we have this one. And
Okay.
tray also.
All right. So now, what do you put on the table when you're late for lunch or dinner?
For lunch, plate, fork, knife, a glass of water, or juice, napkin, no, not napkins, tissues, And bowl, if I have some soup and salt, pepper, no usually, but some if I eat Chinese food, I put some Chinese sauce with nature and something like
It's
that.
vinegar, you mean?
Vinegar, it isn't a soy sauce.
No, that's soya sauce, it will be called.
Okay.
All right. So things that people do in restaurants. So could you please match these words and the pictures?
Lazy table. Clear the table. It is picture 4.
Okay, do it yourself first. Try to match all the pictures, and then we'll listen and check. Because if I tell you some of the pictures, it will be too easy for you at the end.
Okay. I'm ready.
Okay. So,
Lazy table number 4.
okay, let's listen and check.
Okay.
Six point two.
No.
2. Things people do in restaurants. Waiters. 4.
Lay the table.
1.
Take an order.
5.
Recommend a dish.
6.
Carry a tray.
2.
Serve customers.
3.
Pour the wine.
Customers. 9.
Book a table.
8.
Order food.
7.
Try the wine.
11.
Send something back.
12.
Ask for the bill.
10. Leave a tip.
Okay. Any questions?
I don't have questions.
Okay, could you please repeat?
Okay.
6.2. 2. Things people do in restaurants. Waiters. 4.
Lay the table.
Please repeat.
Lay the table.
1. Take an order.
Take an order.
5.
Recommend a dish.
Recommend a dish.
6.
Carry a tray.
Carry a tray.
2.
Serve customers.
Serve customers.
3.
Pour the wine.
Pour the wine.
Customers. 9.
Book a table.
Book a table.
8.
Order food.
Order food.
7.
Try the wine.
Try the wine.
11.
Send something back.
Send
12.
something back.
Ask for the bill.
Ask for the bill.
10.
Leave a tip.
Leave a tip.
Okay. So now please look at the pictures and try to say this in English.
On picture 1, take an order.
Okay, right, take an order.
Number 2, serving dishes. Serving table.
Serve customers, yes, you can say.
Serve customers. 7, try wine.
Let's do 3.
The 3, pour the wine.
Okay.
4, clean the table.
Here it's lay the table, but the opposite would be clear the table. So you don't say clean, but you say clear the table.
Okay, and 5, to recommend the dish.
Recommend a dish, okay.
And 6, forget it, serving.
Carry a tray.
Yes, carry a tray. 7, try and wine. 8, do an order. 9,
Okay, make an order, or you can just say order food.
okay, 9, book a table. 10, leave a tip.
Okay.
11, ask for changing something or take something back.
Send something back.
Send something back. 12, ask for helping.
Yes, or here's like ask for the bill.
Okay.
Okay. Now, can you tell me the difference between the words here?
A cup, a glass. A glass, it's usually made in glass, and the cup it make from different subjects, and in the cup we usually drink tea or coffee, and in a glass of water or juice.
Yeah, some cold drinks usually. Okay, number 2.
A plate, a saucer. A plate is bigger than saucer.
Okay. Yes. So
jug,
usually a cup stands on a saucer, and from a plate you usually eat.
Yes. A jug, a mug. A mug, it is things from which we drink, and the jug is things in which we keep some liquids.
Okay, yes, and usually a mug is used without a saucer.
Yes.
Okay.
tablecloth and napkin. Tablecloth, it is under the table. It sinks under the table. And a napkin,
It's on the table, but under the plates.
Yes, yes. A napkin, it is for your hands.
Okay, and it's also used to protect your clothes. Can also be used. You can put it on your lap.
It's not a towel.
It's not a towel, but a napkin.
It's not рукав.
I don't think so.
Перчатки, no?
No, just napkin. A napkin. There's a piece of material that is used at meals to maybe to protect your clothes, so maybe to clean your lips and fingers.
Okay. A plate, a dish, a plate. A plate. It is from what we eat, and a dish. This is food.
Okay, and also plate is a kind of a dish.
Okay. I don't understand what is difference a plate and a dish.
So a plate, that's round, flat dish, so it's a kind of a dish that you eat food off, right? And a dish is flat, shallow container for serving food from.
Okay. A meal, a source. A meal, it is food, but what is the course?
So you can have the main course in a meal. You can also have a dessert. It's a kind of a course, or you can have a starter. So that's also a course. Блюдо, первое, второе, третье. But in English, it's main course, starters or appetizers in American English, main course and desserts.
Okay. Lay the table. It's before customers come and clear the table after they was going.
Yes. You can say to lay the table, and another expression that's to set the table. It's another possible way of saying it.
Okay. Take an order food. I don't know what is it because I think it's the same.
Now, take an order. This is what a waiter does when he or she writes down what the customer wants, and order food. This is what the customer does.
Yes. Okay.
Okay. So now, what two kinds of food and drink can you see in the photos? Exercise C.
First, it is eggs with pork.
Okay.
Two, it is bread with I don't know how to say масло. Oil, not oil.
No, there's butter.
Yes, butter. And
Usually you don't say with, you say bread and butter, not with.
Okay. And three, the strawberry with cream.
Also strawberries and cream. Okay.
Yes. For water and lemon.
Ice and lemon. Okay.
5, I don't know what is it, soap?
No, that's tea.
Oh, it's very, very, okay, tea and biscuits.
Yes, tea and biscuits. It's hard to guess.
It is milk with sugar.
Yes, milk and sugar. Okay, could you please repeat this?
6.4. 1.
Bacon and eggs.
Bacon and eggs.
2.
Bread and butter.
Bread and butter.
3.
Strawberries and cream.
Strawberries and cream.
4.
Ice and lemon.
Ice and lemon.
5.
Tea and biscuits.
Tea and biscuits.
6.
Milk and sugar.
Milk and sugar.
Okay. So, do people in your country usually complain in restaurants if things aren't right, or do they suffer in silence? What do you think? And so, can you compare Russian and Chinese culture in this respect?
I don't think Chinese will complain, because for Chinese also is not all is normal. It's dirty or it's bad. It's okay. But I think Russian is more complaints than Chinese, and Russian will complain absolutely.
Okay. Have you ever lost your cool in a restaurant? Have you ever complained, and what happened?
I complain very often because when I not at restaurant, but sometimes I buy food from restaurants and the delivery come for me, and if they come after 2 hours, I don't want to wait and I just leave it and take a new one, or because I don't like eat cold food, or sometimes it is a bad quality food. I always call it the restaurant or give them bad remarks.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So, right. And at a restaurant, have you ever had bad service?
It is always in Chinese, but it
China.
wasn't. Yes, China. It wasn't a bad service, but it was awful experience. I Sima take me one the most expensive restaurant in city which I studied, and there was a beautiful place and it was a very good. But I eat the seafood, and I thought the seafood was old, no old, spoiled.
Spoiled, not fresh. Yes, spoiled. You can say.
Yes, not fresh. And when I return to home, I feel so bad for 3 days and 3 days. But Sima was okay, but I eat a lot of, and she just eat little. So I think because she eat other Chinese food, and I wanted this. I think it's because not a very a plethora of people visit this restaurant, so they buy some sea products, and this is not fresh because they have not a lot of people eat it, so they can give you old one. But when I'm in China, it is surprised that cheaper cafe and restaurant better than experienced ones, and it's really very, because in Russia not like that. In Russia different from it.
Okay. So, right. Now, for your homework, please do file 5B workbook, and also write this email that is attached, an email about things you've been doing recently, and 5B workbook. So, do you have any questions for me?
No, I don't have question. Thank you. Bye.
Okay, thank you, and see you tomorrow. Okay, bye. Now, let's look at the title of the article on page 57. Where's this? Can you please read the title?
How to complain in restaurants without losing your cool.
Okay. Do you think it is possible to complain in restaurants without losing your cool?
Losing your cool, потерять лицо.
Losing your temper. No, it means not to become angry.
Okay.
Do you think
What the question is?
Do you think it is possible to complain in restaurants without losing your cool?
It's possible, and some people do it, very shy people might be.
Okay. What about you? Is it possible for you personally?
No, I'm angry very quick. I become angry very quickly.
Okay, so a quick-tempered person.
Yes.
All right. So now, do people in your country usually complain in restaurants if things are not fine?
It depends on person, but I think most of the Russian will be complain if they didn't like the staff or restaurant's food.
Okay, so now we're going to read the article. So please read it and answer one question. Who do you think the writer sympathizes with most? Restaurant staff or customers? To sympathize means to feel sorry. It's not sympathizировать, because in Russian we have a word that is similar, but to sympathize, it means сочувствовать. Okay. So restaurant staff or customers. So who does the writer sympathize? Okay, so I think it will be better if you open your own file, and this will be page 58 of the file.
But I can't do it now. Can you screen it for me? Because now I'm in the Windows and my book in the Apple.
Okay, I can also send you the whole file again if you want.
Okay.
So here's the screenshot of the text. You can just read the text, but for the future, if you want, I can also send you the student's book. Please read it and tell me when you're ready.
I think after is more sympathy to staff.
Okay, so right, he's more sympathetic to staff. He sympathizes with staff most. All right. Now please read the article again and complete it with the headings from A to H. Please do it yourself, and then we're going to check this.
I'm ready.
Okay. So let's check.
Number 1 is H.
No. So, 75%.
First to speak the manager.
I'm sorry?
Yes. Because I think this is the reason. Problems, reasons.
Okay. So here it's like you speak to the waiter. It doesn't say manager, but you're talking to the wrong staff. And a waiter is just an innocent victim, so you need to speak to the manager.
Okay. Number 2, F.
Okay.
Number 3, A.
Okay.
Number 4, E.
All right.
Number 5, G.
Yeah, E, it sounds U. No, number 5, that's B.
But
So
why they could burn? These are all good reason for complaint. So you don't don't wait to complain.
okay. So the fact that the dish has no. Yeah, so there are two different. So there is dish, like what's this? Bad cooking and different cooking. So because.
Let's say in the end of this sentence, they also say there are all good reason for complaining. So you don't need to wait. Don't wait to complain.
Now here's a very important question. This last phrase, is this the main idea of the paragraph?
Yes, because the main idea in the first or in the end of the sentence.
No. It's we are talking about the meaning of the whole paragraph. The main idea can be in the beginning of the paragraph, very often at the end of the paragraph, sometimes in the middle. The most typical is in the beginning. It can be at the end, but is it really the main idea?
Yes, because this just examples. Because I think it is examples in the middle and it is result in the end because you don't need to wait and complain. I understand this text. I think it text very easy, but I can't do this. I don't know because I have different point of view. I don't think now it's because they say there are all good reason for complaint, so you don't need to wait to complain. This is G, I think, because this is example. This is not main idea.
Okay.
How can be main idea that? I think this is example.
All right. So what does this example illustrate?
This illustrate in which situation you can complain.
And you think the correct answer here is?
I think G.
Don't wait to complain, but you say it is not a good reason to complain. There are some things where it's they're not good reasons, and some of them are good reasons. And what groups of reasons are they? There are two. One of them, something is cooked differently, and something is cooked in the wrong way. And one of them is a reason to complain. The other one is not a reason to complain. So this one, don't wait to complain. To complain is a trap because you will see the word to complain here, but it's just a trap, and this is not the main idea. There's a contrast between when you need to complain and when you don't, and the different food that's cooked differently and food that is cooked in the wrong way. So when it's in a wrong way, you complain. When it's differently, you do not complain. and this will be the answer here. That's the reason.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And number 6, I thought this was B.
Okay, number 6 was H. I think you put it in number 1, so it should be here. The menu is there for a reason. So, for example, if you have wholemeal loaf, you will not have white bread.
But what does mean the menu is there for a reason? It is not this is причины.
Yes, меню там есть для причины. Меню дается не зря. In Russian, we would say something like this. So if you don't have spaghetti bolognese, you don't have spaghetti bolognese. It's not on the menu.
Okay.
All right. So 7.
D.
D. Okay. Number 8.
C.
No, number C was number 1. So number 8. Don't wait to complain. That's G. And let's find it. Don't continue drinking. Don't eat half of the steak and then complain. Don't wait. Complain from the beginning.
I see. In my opinion, you need to speak to the manager, not to complain.
Where does it say it in the text?
There is no point in telling the waitress who clears the table.
No. The waitress who is clearing the table. So at the end of the meal, there is no point. But in the beginning of the meal, there is a point. Clearing up the table here, it means she's finishing. You already have eaten, and the waitress is clearing the table. So at this moment, don't say that there was not enough sauce. Now it's too late. And you need to speak when the mistake can be corrected, right? So we look not at separate words, but at the general meaning of the paragraph.
But my general meaning was that you need to ask manager because waitress doesn't know he just cleans the table and don't do anything. Because when I was restaurant, I will never speak with waitress because waitress is staff, and I always talk with manager in the restaurant if I don't like.
Okay, so you have your interpretation of the sentence, but is it in the text? It's your experience, and we are doing a reading test. It's reading the text, not your visits to restaurants before. And now look at this word, similarly. Подобным образом. So what is similar between first sentence and second sentence?
I don't know.
So in the first sentence it says, if you want to complain, don't do it. Don't continue drinking. Don't continue eating your overcooked steak and eat half of it. And similarly, so don't complain when the waiter is already cleaning your table.
But so why it doesn't say already clean? It just say waitress who is clearing the table. Oh, okay, this is continuous.
Yes. And then at the end there is a summary. Speak up when the mistake can be corrected. So speak about it in the right time when they can correct your your meal, your food. Okay, so this meaning comes from all 3 sentences, and also look at this linking device. It explains the idea very well.
When I did some IELTS examples reading, I also understand all 3 texts and I understand most of these words, but I always do very stupid mistake in this headings and like that. I don't know why, but I understand 90% of all the 3 texts.
Okay. Also these texts and IELTS, they are different, because in IELTS you will have the paraphrase for complain, In IELTS reading, they will test not understanding the general paragraph, usually, but in most cases, they will check your understanding of understand that, for example, wait, complain will be paraphrased. There will be a synonym, and they will check if you understand the synonym or not. I think in this way, it should be easier if you know the keyword in the question and the synonym in the text. Then I think it should be easier for you.
No, I tried to IELTS maybe 1 month ago.
I'm sorry.
In the internet, it's a one website, but I just did
Okay, Olga, one
reading.
website. It's not IELTS. You know, what you see on the internet, in 90% of cases, this is trash. This is not IELTS. For example, if you take a text
but it was
like
not in Russian, it was English website, and
yes, 90% of English websites in Russia, you usually don't have very much IELTS tests. You don't have very many, but English websites, for example, IELTStest.org, something like this. This is usually, in 90% of cases, this is trash. Why? Why? Because a real IELTS test is created for 1 year, and it is tested on hundreds of students. So this test really works, and it tests the level of certain, it really tests your level. There is a whole research institute that produces these tests, and there are 11 levels of quality control. And what you find on the internet is one person took a test and wrote the questions. Maybe two people, it doesn't matter. So if you want like real IELTS, there are things, they're called official Cambridge books. These books are the same quality as IELTS, as real IELTS. And I think right now there are only 60 tests. 60 in the whole world, there are 60 available tests. But first 20 or 30 of them, they are too old and the format is a little bit different. So you only have 30 tests in all over the internet that's real IELTS. But you can find maybe 1,000 tests, and all these tests are trash. Oh, well,
because I was so happy because I understand all three texts and I think, oh, it's so easy. But then it was 1 month ago and I did 5 points. But when I did it in November, I did it in 4.5.
These results do not mean anything because they just take a test. They just take a text from the internet, from a magazine, from a newspaper, and create something. They make question types like in IELTS. If you want a real IELTS test with the real level of difficulty, if you want, I can just send you one book now. So there will be 4 tests. So that you know this is real IELTS. Okay, I will send you the last book, 2020. It has 4 tests, and these tests, this is what real IELTS is. You can try reading and listening, and then you will see, and this will be a real evaluation of your IELTS ability.
Okay.
So now we're going to listen to 3 people who are talking about bad experiences. No, I think also before we start, which of the pieces of advice in the article do you think is the most useful? Are there any useful recommendations?
I think all is useful, but most of the people have already known these tips, and I don't think it is something new. For me, then isn't something new, so I always do like that, like in the text.
Okay, right. So you're going to listen to three people talking about bad experiences in restaurants. And now they're just pieces of information. So listen to some extracts and write down the food that you hear. Okay? Are you
Only
ready?
the food, not the table, right?
No. We don't look at the table now. You only
Okay,
listen to
only
some
food.
extracts. Yes. Do
Okay.
you have pen and paper?
Yes.
All right.
I can't listen.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I will.
.5.
Can you hear it now?
Yes.
1.
We ordered some grilled sardines to share, and after a few minutes the waiter came with a big plate of fried sardines and put them down on our table.
2.
We ordered very simple things like lasagna, which is easy to just heat up.
3.
And there was a vegan and a celiac. You know, someone who can't eat wheat. There was even a woman who said she didn't like onions. There was also a little boy, and I got the kitchen to make a plain omelette for him.
Okay, what food could you hear?
Grilled sardines,
Mm-hmm.
fried sardines,
Okay.
lasagna,
Okay.
and I have has person who don't eat onions.
Onions. Okay.
And what
two
is
more.
celiac and
I
vegan?
think it's a person who doesn't eat something. It's like a special
I
word.
didn't listen. Vegan?
Yes. So okay, let me find. I'm looking for celiac. Okay, let's just have a look. I don't know how to say this.
Special. I think it is some special food from
No,
other country.
no, celiac. It's a person. Yes,
This is a person. Okay.
it's a person who doesn't eat wheat. Wheat. This is pшеница. Celiac. Here it says целиакия, то есть человек с целиакией с непереносимостью глютена. It's a specific word. So it's a person who doesn't eat wheat. Okay. So Now please listen to the 3 stories and make notes in the chart. 6.6. So here's the chart, and we'll listen to the story, to the 3 stories. Are you ready?
Yes.
There are 4 questions. Okay.
Six point six. 1.
I remember we once went to a restaurant in Portugal. Beautiful location. Upstairs overlooking the River Douro. We ordered some grilled sardines to share, and after a few minutes the waiter came with a big plate of fried sardines and put them down on our table. And we thought, well, we'd ordered grilled sardines, but hey, they're really busy and these look really nice. So we each took a fried sardine and ate it, at which point the waiter came back and said, "These aren't yours," and took them away, and in a few minutes came back with a plate of grilled sardines. So this was all fine, and we had a nice meal, but when we got the bill, we saw that we'd been charged for both the fried sardines and the grilled sardines. So we complained to the waiter and then to the manager and said, this was your mistake. But the manager said, basically, you ate them, so you have to pay for them. And we had quite a long argument. Eventually, when we said that we wanted to make a formal, written complaint, very reluctantly, he agreed to take them off the bill. We didn't leave a tip.
2.
We went to lunch one Sunday in a place, a Parisian brasserie called De la Ville. It's a beautiful place. It's from about 1900 with wonderful old furniture, mirrors and all that, really nice. We ordered very simple things like lasagna, which is easy to just heat up. But we waited and waited and it didn't come. The place was crowded, but not completely full, and there were quite a few waiters. But when we realized that we had been waiting for 2 hours, we went to speak to them and we asked them, "What about our food? Have you forgotten us?" And instead of apologizing, they were really aggressive with us. So we became more and more angry with them. And finally, we got our dishes and ate them and left. We should have left earlier, but we kept thinking that the food would come, and also it was too late to find somewhere else. But it was a terrible experience, because it was a very famous place, with a good reputation, where all the famous people go. But that's the type of service they offer. First, I thought maybe they were treating us like that because we're not famous, but in fact, I heard lots of other people complaining.
3.
I had a table recently at the restaurant I'm working at in London, and I went to all sorts of trouble with them. It was a group of 6, and there was a vegan and a celiac, someone who can't eat wheat. And anyway, I went through the menu with them and explained what they could have. There was even a woman who said she didn't like onions, so I had to check all the dishes to make sure they didn't have any. There was also a little boy, and I got the kitchen to make a plain omelette for him. Anyway, one of them, an elderly woman, asked for the bill, and she paid in cash. And when I came back with the change, she said, "Don't worry about that. You've been great. Keep it." It was 16p. I mean, I know service was included, but in that case, much better not to tip at all. I left the 16p on the table.
Okay.
The first speaker was a customer.
Mm-hmm.
He was in restaurant, but I don't know where this restaurant.
In
It's
Portugal?
happening restaurant.
Yes, it
Yeah.
happened at a restaurant in Portugal.
He was complained about he wasn't complained because he ordered grilled sardines, but they give them fried sardines, and then they don't want to complain because they saw how the waiters was busy,
Were
and
busy.
they just they just I ate these fried sardines, and they thought that it also was delicious. But then the waiters came and said that it wasn't theirs, and so he gave them a new one, and then they also ate it, and but in the end they was charged for two sardines grilled and fridge, and then they complained because they said this wasn't their mistake, this is staff mistake, and in the end they didn't pay anything, I think, but I don't sure.
Oh, no, in the end they took off they took the fried sardines off the bill, but reluctantly, неохотно, when they said that they want to write a formal written complaint. After this, they took it off.
Okay, but I think this is very strange because this is not their mistake. I can also come to the restaurant and restaurant give me a lot of things, and because I have this problem, I have ordered some hachapuri without eggs because I don't eat eggs, and they give me with egg, but I didn't eat it, and then they return. I want to give them this with egg, but they give me two, and I don't need to pay for two, just for one.
Okay.
It's very
remember,
strange place.
I remember I was in a cafe in St. Petersburg in Russia, and I ordered soup and some main course, and I remember that in the soup there was a cockroach. So I noticed it when I sat at the table. So I showed it to the cashier, and she returned the money, but only for the soup, not for the whole dinner.
I know in reason my friend drink McDonald's Coca-Cola, but she want when she did drink it all, she saw that there was cockroach also. But McDonald's give return all her money.
Okay, well, there was McDonald's. It was a more reputable company. Okay. So next one.
And the speaker too, it is also customer. He went to very famous restaurant, Paris restaurant, and they ordered lasagna, but waitress didn't came, and they was waiting about 2 hours, and
were.
yes, they were waiting for 2 hours, about 2 hours, but when they asked about their lasagna, uh, the waiter was very, very rude, and they become aggressive, but they waited it, and in the end, they just left this place, but I don't sure they didn't eat it, right? And they just left, right? And didn't pay anything.
No, they said they got the food after a long time. They ate it and left. They
Okay.
They mentioned that they ate the food.
But they paid for it, right?
Well, he didn't say that we paid for the food. He said we ate and left, but I think they did. He just doesn't say it.
Okay. And number 3, it was a waiter. She was serving table for 6 people, and there was a vegan, and it was difficult because one person or children, I forget, she is have disease, so he can't eat everything, and another person didn't eat doesn't eat onions. So in the end, they leave to this weight a tip, and this tip have a lot of money, it's 16 pounds, and they don't want return their money, so they just left, and this waiter just put them on the table.
All right. Good. So could you please answer these questions?
Think of some place where you are eating out. Have you ever had really bad service? What happened? I have already thought I don't have, but because I have never eaten out. No, maybe 1 year, because I don't know. I always order food to my home because I like eat food in home because it's quieter place, and I don't like when I in the restaurant and some people is smoking. When I was in China, in the restaurant, there are a lot of people are smoking, and when I try complain, they think I'm crazy because they think it's they can smoke in the public places.
Okay.
I just complain about it. Have you ever seen a customer who behaved badly? Have you ever worked as a waiter? When I was in China, it wasn't in a restaurant, but it was in the supermarket. One man was really furious when she was at checkout. I don't know what's the reason, but this man sounds was loud, and he behaved like children.
Like a child.
Like a child, and really it was awful. Saw him, but I have never worked as a waiter. When you go to a restaurant, which do you think is more important, the service or the food? Why? What other aspects of a restaurant are important to you when you go out? From my point of view, all is important, and service the most important thing, because if the service was bad, I won't enjoy my food. If food delicious, I also won't, because if service bad, my mood is going bad. It's going bad, so I can't enjoy anything. I can be very angry and just left it. And what about the other aspects? In my opinion, it is better if this place was very cleanly, clean.
Clean.
Not dirty.
Okay, clean. Yes.
Clean.
Okay.
And
So
I don't know what else. Do you normally leave a tip in restaurants? How much do you leave? When I in Russia, I leave it sometimes, but if I like the waiters really like, because in Rize this is a small town, and in small towns restaurant a lot of people, so waiters usually very busy and tired, so they aren't friendly or sometimes rude. So sometimes I leave, sometimes no. But in China, I know you can't do it. And when I bought some fruits on the from the street, I bought some fruits, and they have, maybe in Russian it is 5 ruble. And I forget about it, and I was gone. And when I was gone, this person he's running towards me. So a lot of way for give me back this 5 ruble.
Okay.
I read an article about tipping. Is a citation in your country similar to another country mentioned? Agree with the waiter twice in last paragraph.
Okay, so I also have a friend who worked as a waiter, I think last summer, 2019, and he said that after this, the next time when he goes to restaurants, he will always leave a tip because he understands how difficult it is.
All waiters said it,
so please.
But in some restaurants, the boss of the restaurants they doesn't give no, he doesn't give them tip, because I know some restaurants in Rizan and most of them didn't give the waiters tip. They забирают их себе.
Okay, so they keep it to them. They keep it for themselves.
Yes.
All right. So let's read the text and answer. In your country similar, you can speak about Russia and China if you want. And then do you agree with the waiter's advice in the last paragraph? So let's read it.
Knowing how to tip in restaurants can be a nightmare, especially on holiday. A waiter tells you what to do. Is there anywhere where people never tip? In Japan, you mustn't do it there. The Japanese think that tipping someone means treating them like a servant. The price is the price. Where should you tip? Everywhere else. As a waiter, I find it hard to imagine anyone being upset with extra cash. You should never feel embarrassed to leave a tip on the table. In fact, in countries where you don't have to tip, it is even more appreciated. Do you need to tip if services are already included? In countries like France and Australia, service is always included in the prices. The service charge is often shared with the kitchen staff as well, which is a good thing, helping everyone to earn a bit more. When you have to pay service charge, of course, you needn't add an extra tip unless you really want to. If you do tip, check that the money is going to the waiter and not to be restaurant owner, and if in doubt, leave cash. How much should you tip? The standard service charge is 12.5% of the bill in the Britain. So if your bill doesn't include service, you should tip about 10%. The USA and Canada are another story. There is no upper limit. And this is important. If you are leaving a good tip, don't make a big scene about it and expect the waiter to look at you adoringly. Do it discreetly and enjoy the feel food factor instead. When shouldn't you tip? I can't see this.
Okay, I'm sorry. I just had to. There was some connection with my other connection. Now, can you see it now?
Yes. When you shouldn't you tip? The only circumstance when I think you shouldn't tip are when the service is really bad. For example, if you ask for things that never arrive, or if staff are extremely unfriendly. But remember that what many people think of as slow service is often more than kitchen's fault than the waiters.
So how is this situation different in your country? And do you agree with this last paragraph?
When I was in Sochi, they had Tip in the menu, I think also about 10%. But in reason we don't have it. It's small town and in really good restaurant, in the best restaurant in reason, it is also didn't that. But I think if you go in a expensive and good restaurant and you enjoyed it, you need to leave tip. And I think if you don't like um, service, you don't need to pay for it, or you don't like your food or something like that.
Okay. So let's try to match the highlighted words to their meaning. So let's find a word that means it's obligation or necessity in the text.
You must.
Okay. All right. So the next one.
Isn't an obligation. You don't have to.
Okay. You don't have to, or you needn't, both of them. And here also for obligation necessity, in the text you don't have must. It can be obligation, but here from the text it's have to.
Okay.
Right. So number 3.
Don't do it. It is prohibited, dangerous, wrong. You mustn't.
Okay.
It's a good idea. You shouldn't. There's 5, right?
Okay. You should. It's a good idea. Then you should do it.
Yes. You shouldn't. It is bad. Isn't a good idea. Number 5.
What's the difference between you mustn't and you don't have to?
You mustn't. Ты не должен. В любом случае, you don't have to. Тебе не обязательно.
Yes, exactly. So obligation and necessity. Let's look at some example sentences. Please read and listen. Can you
6.7.
hear it?
1.
I have to work every evening.
Do we have to leave a tip? They had to wait for 2 hours at the airport.
2. You must be more careful.
Must I show ID at the door?
You must pay him back as soon as possible.
3.
I need to buy some food for tonight.
Do we need to book a table?
Okay.
6.8. 1.
You don't have to pay me now.
2.
We won't need to take the car. It's walking distance from here.
3.
You needn't hurry. We have plenty of time.
Okay. Prohibition.
6.9.
You mustn't be rude to customers.
You mustn't serve alcohol to people under 18.
Okay. And advice recommendation.
6.10. 1.
You should try that new Vietnamese restaurant.
He shouldn't drink so much coffee.
2.
You ought to get a new phone.
She oughtn't to spend so much on clothes.
3.
When you're in Venice, you must have a drink at Harry's bar. When you're in Venice, you have to have a drink at Harry's bar.
Okay. Ought to means the same as should, but you use to. And it's also a little bit more spoken if you say ought to. Okay, so the first one, please choose the correct option. In some cases, both options will be possible.
We don't have to be at the airport until 5. Our flight isn't until 7.
Okay.
I think it's too possible.
Yes, that's right.
Number 3. He shouldn't to have. He shouldn't have any more cake. He's already had 3 pieces.
Okay.
Right? Okay.
Yes.
I think maybe too possible, but better is you will need to book a table.
Both of them are possible, right?
I should try or do try to eat more vegetables, so two are possible.
Yes.
We don't need to leave yet. The show doesn't start until 7:30. You mustn't spill anything on the sofa. It is leather.
Okay.
I think it's too possible. We have to go to the super later. It depends on intonation and speaker intonation.
Okay. All right.
You don't need to. What is needn't? We can't say needn't, right?
Needn't is more classical. You can say both, but we needn't phone, we don't need to phone. Needn't is just an older version. I never say that, but it's possible, and people used to speak like that in the past. I don't think I have heard it from my native speaker friends, maybe native speaking friends, but it's also correct.
Okay.
But it will be like Charles Dickens.
Okay. You don't have to arrive late on your first day at work, but I think you mustn't arrive. You mustn't arrive.
Yes, you don't have to. It's not correct. You oughtn't to. It means you shouldn't arrive late. It's like a recommendation. You can say mustn't, but you don't have this option here.
Yes, I think mustn't because it is.
Okay,
you can't arrive late. Okay.
Okay, right.
Exercise B.
Yes, completed with one word. Should, shouldn't, must, mustn't, have to, and so on.
You mustn't turn your phone on until the plane has landed.
Okay.
Here's a form you have to sign. Sign or sign it?
Sign.
Sign it at the bottom.
Okay.
I think perhaps you should to buy a new table and maybe you should get some chairs as well.
After should, there is no to, so you can only say here ought
I
to
think
buy. You can say should.
yes, ought to buy. Yes. I don't understand this. Because you already said we have to leave
У
until...
нас нет необходимости выходить раньше, чем в 2:30, потому что туда только час ехать.
We don't have to leave until 2:30. It will only take an hour to get there. She doesn't have to come if she doesn't want to. Nobody will mind.
Yes, but you need to complete it with one word. Your sentence is correct, but you need one word. Same meaning as don't, doesn't have to.
I don't know.
She needn't come.
Okay, she needn't come. Okay. Our journey back was a nightmare. We had to wait hours for the bus.
Hours, yes.
Hours for the bus. You should read his new book. You will love it.
Okay.
You shouldn't. No, you ought. You oughtn't to drink, right?
You oughtn't to drink.
You oughtn't to drink so many fizzy drinks. They are really not good for you.
Okay.
Do I have to write a thank you later, or can I just send an email?
Okay, right.
Can I say, shall I to write a thank you later?
Shall I write a thank you letter? Yes, you can say that. Okay, so in this exercise, please choose the correct answer.
Okay. You shouldn't speak rudely to waiters.
Okay.
You mustn't order food containing nuts if you have a serious nut allergy.
Okay.
You oughtn't to send something back just because you don't like it. You have to book a table in advance at really popular restaurants.
Okay.
You shouldn't order things which aren't on the menu.
Okay.
You don't have to finish everything on your plate.
Okay.
What is mediocre? I forget.
Mediocre, посредственный. Так себе.
You needn't leave a tip if the service was mediocre.
Okay, so you're going to listen to an interview with Sally, an American, about tipping in US restaurants. First, please listen to 2 short extracts and try to hear what American English words does she use for the following nouns: tip, bill, waiter or waitress, note. Okay, these are British words, and which American words does she use? Are you ready to listen?
Bill, American.
Now, bill is British. You need to hear the American word for this.
I don't understand.
For example, there is a word lift, but in American English you'll say elevator. In British English you say
But
flat. In American English,
already told tip and bill. Tip and bill. This is one meaning, and waiter or waitress.
no. These are British words in the box. You need to hear American words in the recording.
For example, tip bill is check, right?
For example, maybe.
Okay.
Let's listen.
$6.11. 1.
And how much should you tip?
A normal gratuity is around 15 to 20% of the check, but it can be as much as 25% for amazing service or in very expensive restaurants. It sounds a lot, but servers work really hard, and I think generally they deserve it.
2.
And what should you do in bars?
Well, take lots of dollar bills with you because the normal gratuity in bars is $1 a drink.
Okay. Do you need to listen again?
Yes, because I don't understand what I need to do. I just listen for tip, bill,
Okay.
waitress, note. I need to listen 4 words, right? I can't listen.
No. These are British words. You have American word for tip, American word for bill, American word for waiter or waitress, American word for banknote. Sorry?
Okay.
What did you say?
Okay.
So listen again.
6.11. 1.
And how much should you tip?
A normal gratuity is around 15 to 20% of the check or restaurant. A lot, but servers work really hard, and I think generally they deserve it.
What do you do in bars?
Well, take lots of dollar bills with you because the gratuity in bars is $1 a drink.
Okay, so tip. Really, what do you call it in English?
Gratuitous.
Gratuity. Gratitude, благодарность, gratuity, чаевые. Okay, the bill. What do they call this?
Check.
Yeah, so in British English you say, could I have the bill, please? In American English they say, could I have the check, please? Now, waiter or waitress?
I don't know.
Okay, she said server. Обслуживающий персонал. Okay, and note?
Dollar bill.
Bill, yes. You can in American English you can also say banknote, but she said bill. Okay, listen again and try to hear these words again.
6.11. 1.
And how much should you tip?
Normal gratuity is around 15 to 20% of the check, but it can be as much as 25% or in very expensive restaurants. It sounds a lot, but servers work really hard, and I think generally they deserve it.
2.
And what should you do in bars?
Well, take lots of dollar bills with you because the normal gratuity in bars is $1 a drink.
Okay. So now please listen to the interview and answer the question. In which situations does Sally say that you don't have to tip in the USA? Okay, are you ready to listen?
Yes.
.12.
In many countries, tipping is an optional extra, but in the USA, it's a serious business. There are no actual laws on tipping, but the unwritten rule is that you should always leave a tip in a restaurant unless you want to deal with some very unhappy waiters. But how much is reasonable, and who exactly do you have to tip? Sally from the US is here to help us. Hello, Sally.
Hi.
So, first of all, why is it so important to leave a tip?
I absolutely get that in countries where servers are paid well, you shouldn't have to tip at all, unless you want to because the service was great. But in the US, many servers earn just $2 to $3 per hour for their services because it's assumed that the tips will make it up to the minimum wage, which varies between the different states, but is generally around $8 per hour. Now, I know you may think this is wrong, and many Americans, myself included, would agree, but that is the situation right now until the law changes.
And how much should you tip?
A normal gratuity is around 15 to 20% of the check, but it can be as much as 25% for amazing service or in very expensive restaurants. It sounds a lot, but servers work really hard, and I think generally they deserve it.
Okay, so it doesn't happen often, but what about if the service is bad? Do you still have to tip?
I'd say you do, but if it really was bad, maybe just 10%, that will give the message. And if you feel you don't want to leave even that, then you should probably call the manager and complain and explain why you're not leaving a tip.
Do you need to tip even if the restaurant has already added a service charge to your bill?
Oh, there's no automatic service charge added in the U.S., but some restaurants will add a gratuity to your check if you're in a big group of 8 people or more, if it's a public holiday, or sometimes if you're in a busy tourist area. You don't have to leave any more money if the check already includes the service charge.
Do you have to tip for fast food or takeaway coffee?
No. If you buy food or drinks over the counter, people don't usually leave any gratuity. But there's always a tip jar close by if you'd really like to.
And what should you do in bars?
Well, take lots of dollar bills with you because the normal gratuity in bars is $1 a drink. Order and pay for your drink at the bar and leave the dollar bill on the bar. Don't worry about putting it in the bartender's hand.
Okay, so in which cases you don't have to tip?
If the service was really bad, but you need complain to manager and make him understand why you don't want to pay.
Okay.
And if the bill includes service.
Yes, gratuity is included. And also?
Yes, and for takeaway food.
Yes, fast food or takeaway. Now let's complete with numbers. This is in IELTS. This is listening part 1. So complete the information with a number. There are 6 sentences. Have a quick look at them, and then we'll listen again. Please tell me when you're ready.
Oh, okay. I'm ready.
6.12.
In many countries, tipping is an optional extra, but in the USA, it's a serious business. There are no actual laws on tipping, but the unwritten rule is that you should always leave a tip in a restaurant, unless you want to deal with some very unhappy waiters. But how much is reasonable, and who exactly do you have to tip? Sally from the US is here to help us. Hello, Sally.
Hi.
So, first of all, why is it so important to leave a tip?
I absolutely get that in countries where servers are paid well, you shouldn't have to tip at all, unless you want to because the service was great. But in the US, many servers earn just $2 to $3 per hour for their services because it's assumed that the tips will make it up to the minimum wage, which varies between the different states, but is generally around $8 per hour. Now, I know you may think this is wrong, and many Americans, myself included, would agree, but that is the situation right now until the law changes.
And how much should you tip?
A normal gratuity is around 15 to 20% of the check, but it can be as much as 25% for amazing service or in very expensive restaurants. It sounds a lot, but servers work really hard, and I think generally they deserve it.
Okay, so it doesn't happen often, but what about if the service is bad? Do you still have to tip?
I'd say you do, but if it really was bad, maybe just 10%, that will give the message. And if you feel you don't want to leave even that, then you should probably call the manager and complain and explain why you're not leaving a tip.
Do you need to tip even if the restaurant has already added a service charge to your bill?
Oh, there's no automatic service charge added in the US, but some restaurants will add a gratuity to your check if you're in a big group of 8 people or more, if it's a public holiday, or sometimes if you're in a busy tourist area. You don't have to leave any more money if the check already includes the service charge.
Do you have to tip for fast food or takeaway coffee?
No. If you buy food or drinks over the counter, people don't usually leave any gratuity. But there's always a tip jar close by if you'd really like to.
And what should you do in bars?
Well, take lots of dollar bills with you because the normal gratuity in bars is $1 a drink. Order and pay for your drink at the bar and leave the dollar bill on the bar. Don't worry about putting it in the bartender's hand.
Okay. Are you ready or do you need to listen again?
I'm ready.
Okay, let's check.
Many waiters earn 2 or 3 per hour.
Per hour, yes.
Hour. The minimum wage in the USA is around 8 per hour.
But she said $7.25, $7.25.
Not 8.
No.
But I thought that 8. Okay. Number 3, normal tip is 15 to 20% of the bill.
Well, yes, 15 to 20.
For if the service is excellent, you should pay 25%.
Okay.
5, if the service isn't good, you should pay 10%.
Okay.
In a bar, you should tip $1 for each drink you order.
Okay, I think for number 2 you're right. It was $8 per hour. Right. Was there anything that surprised you about the US tipping system, and do you think it's fair? Why or why not?
I didn't surprise because I'm used to this system when I was traveling to other countries, and I think it is normal.
Okay, what countries have you been to?
Malaysia, Indonesia, Thailand, China, Ukraine, Belarusia, Turkey, Egypt,
Egypt. Yes, Egypt.
Egypt, and but most of them is Asian countries.
Okay, right. So now please look at the pictures and answer the question: what jobs do the show, and what services do these people provide?
So this is hairdresser job, right?
Yes.
And she provides beauty service.
Yes, she cuts people hair.
Yes, and number B, this is taxi driver. He I don't know. He catch up people.
He drives people to their destination.
Yes, and see, this is handler, right?
Or you can call him a porter.
Yes, a porter. He helps people with their luggage.
Okay.
This is massager.
Masseur. In English, you could call this masseur.
Masseur. She does massage for people.
Gives massage. In English, gives massage. In
Gives
Russian, we say делает, but in English, gives massage.
Give massage to people.
Yes.
This is barman. He does drinks.
Makes drinks, and you can call him a barman or a bartender.
Okay. This is guide, tourist guide.
Guide. Tour guide.
Tourist guide. Tour guide. He helps. He provides to people excursions.
Yeah, he takes people on tours.
This is deliverer.
Delivery person or courier.
Okay, delivery person. He delivers delivers boxes for people.
Okay. Parcels. We call them parcels. Parcels.
This is cleaner.
Yes, or if you say горничная, that will be chambermaid.
Chambermaid, she tidies rooms.
Okay. Right. So can you answer these questions?
Do people usually tip for the service in the photos? If yes, about how much? If not, do you think they should? Usually they pay for taxi drivers.
Okay.
And for cleaner and handler.
Okay.
Sometimes for barman.
Okay.
And I do think for hairdresser, but I always buy some little presents for masseur or hairdresser or cosmetologist. I buy to them something like chocolate and like that.
Okay.
Is it usual to tip anybody else who provides a service, for example, refuse collectors or postmen, women at Christmas or for other special occasions? I don't think so, because, for example, in Australia, refuse collectors earns a lot of money more than other professions, and I read about it that refuse collectors, you can't work refuse collectors because all people in Australia want to work refuse collectors.
Okay, interesting.
But for postman, I don't know. I don't think so, because if we pay for every church, we will have less money.
Okay.
Have you ever felt embarrassed about tipping or not tipping someone? Why not? Yes, in reason there have one restaurant, Arabic restaurant, and I just don't like this woman because she's so stupid. She always give my friend and me wrong dishes, and she's very rude, and she's never told excuse me, maybe because she's Arabic. I think Arabic is so stupid and rude. And she looks very angry, but I don't know why. When I and my friends go to this Arabic restaurant, this woman is always there. But sometimes I'm embarrassing because this manager of the restaurant is my friend, and when I don't give this tip, because this is an expensive restaurant in my city, so I sometimes feel embarrassing.
Okay. So let's do this exercise. Modal verbs.
You should buy a new house. She needs something bigger. She ought to buy a new house. She needs something bigger. It is necessary to use the teapot. Can't you just put a tea bag in a mug? Do you have to use a teapot? Can you just put a tea bag in a mug, right?
Okay. Yes.
It's really dangerous to drive when you're taking these tablets. You mustn't drive when you're taking these tablets. It's really dangerous.
Okay.
And also can say you shouldn't drive, right? It depends on intonation.
I think it's not strong enough.
Okay.
Because this is your life, so.
But okay.
Mm-hmm.
You ought to be more careful. You have made 10 spelling mistakes. You shouldn't be so careless. You have made 10 spelling mistakes.
Okay.
You can borrow the car whenever you want. You didn't ask for permission. You can borrow the car whenever you want. You don't need to ask for permission.
You don't need to. You don't have to. Okay.
It would be a good idea to book a table for Saturday night. You should book a table for Saturday night.
Okay.
You should eat less fast food. It's not good for you. You shouldn't. No, you oughtn't to eat so much fast food. It's not good for you.
Okay.
I must remember to buy more paper napkins. We don't have any left. I mustn't forget to buy, and I don't have to forget to buy some more paper napkins. We don't have any left.
No, I mustn't forget.
Okay, I mustn't forget. We got a takeaway last night, so we didn't need to cook. We got a takeaway last night, so we didn't need to cook.
You can also say have to cook, just another way.
Okay. It's not necessary to send us your CV, just fill in the form online. You don't have to send us your CV, just fill in the form online. Or you don't need to, right?
Yes.
It isn't a good idea to take a photo here without a flash. You should use flash to take a photo. Or you have to use flash to take a photo here.
It's not a good idea, so it's just a recommendation. So shouldn't is the best. You should
okay.
should.
You should use flash to take a photo here, okay? You need a visa to visit India. You will never to apply for one. You must have a visa to visit India. You will have to apply for one.
Okay. So look at the words. If it's correct, then correct. If it's wrong, please try to correct.
Okay. We had 3 courses every night on holiday, right?
Yes, 3 courses of 3 dishes. Okay.
A starter, a main course, and a dessert. Screw top wine bottles aren't opened with a corkscrew. It is right.
Okay.
This knife doesn't cut very well. Could you change it, please? Right?
Yes.
That new waitress is really nervous. They smoke coffee in the cup, then in the cup, in the I forget what is saucer.
Saucer, that's bludza.
It's right.
Yes, okay.
Would you like me to bring you some oil and vinegar for your salad? It's right. Or maybe salt and pepper. But oil and vinegar also can be possible.
Yes, I think so.
Most people make tea in a mug, but my grandmother always uses a teapot. It's also possible.
Yes.
Would you like a glass of champagne before dinner?
Yes, like in Russian we say рюмочка чая. So right. So a glass of champagne.
What's your favorite dish? No dish. Course?
No. There is a special word еда как прием пищи. Meal. What's your favorite meal?
A meal. Okay, meal. Excuse me, could you clean the table? These glasses are from the previous customers. It's right. Can you get one more soup bowl from the cupboard, please? It's right.
Yes, and here you can also say clear off the table. There is another expression.
Okay.
Okay.
My husband has cereal and 2 cups of coffee for breakfast.
Yes, I think so.
Would you like a tray to carry those drinks? It's right.
Yes.
I don't like it when people serve hot food on cold plates, right?
Okay.
This fish isn't cooked. Call the waiter.
But
I'm
usually,
going.
no, sorry, here you serve the food not on plates but on dishes.
Um, okay. Okay. What is the difference between dish and plates?
Тарелка и блюдо. So plate is for
Okay.
eating for you personally, and dish, this is for serving food on the table.
Plate is тарелка, dish not еда, dish.
Dish can be блюдо. Блюдо как еда и блюдо как подставка для еды. Same as in Russian.
Okay. This fish isn't cooked. Call the waiter. I'm going to return it back.
If you say return, you don't need to say back.
Send it back.
Okay.
The waiter asked me to taste the wine.
Yes, okay. Try is also possible.
In New York, if you don't put a tip, leave a tip. The waiters aren't very happy. For my birthday, I have booked a table at my favorite restaurant. Is this right? Look at the time. It's really late. Shall we ask the bill? It's right?
Ask for the bill.
Okay, ask for the bill. I'm starving. Are we all ready to order our food, right? Dinner is nearly ready. Can you serve the table?
Okay, right. Serve the table, lay the table, set the table.
Okay.
All right, good. So your homework will be to write a restaurant review and a 6A workbook.
What is review? Обзор ресторана?
Отзыв.
Okay.
Okay. So look at the photos. So on the one page. Please look at the photos of everyday things. Which do you think you might be able to use for these? Try to guess.
Instead of shaving cream, A, lemon.
Maybe we will later.
Shaving отбеливающий крем.
No, крем для бритья.
Okay.
I think it hurts if you use lemon.
I don't know. To keep insects away might be E.
Okay.
And to make your hair shiny. What is shiny? Блестящий?
Светящийся.
X. To get rid of smell. To make towels soft it is D. And to get rid of smells, A.
Okay.
But that sounds without shaving cream is C.
All right. Let's just find out. I'll make a screenshot. Okay, please read this text, and after this you will tell me.
I'm ready.
Okay.
Number A, it is to keep insects away.
Okay.
Number B, to make your hair shiny. Number C, it is to get rid of smells. D, to make towels soft, and E, instead of shaving cream.
Okay. So now let's look at highlighted words and try to guess what they mean.
Take large pieces of peel and place them along window sills. Place move.
To place them means to put them. Разместить, положить.
So you can use lemon peel or lemon juice to keep them away from species. Keep them away. Make them go away.
Or make them just not to just not allow them to come. Okay.
Staff left them.
Mm-hmm.
Restore, change.
Absorb, no. Like, do you know the word sponge?
No, absorb. I thought about restore.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Restore means it gets the quality back.
okay, and stuff this left, right?
Just stuff them with newspaper overnight. To stuff means to put something inside. For example, stuffed чучело, то есть набитое внутри чем-то. Or, for example, stuffed cabbage, голубцы, капуста, набитая внутри чем-то. So that's to stuff.
And apply it to your hair. Apply this means reapply.
To apply, наложить на. So it's like you can apply it to your skin or you can apply it to your hair. Нанести. Нанести, наложить.
Okay, leave on for about 20 minutes and rinse. Смыть, смывать.
Yes, just a little, сполоснуть.
Рук нанести.
Wow, тереть.
Тереть. And newspaper can absorb, удалять.
No. Do you know the word sponge? Абсорбировать что значит? Впитывать.
Да.
Okay, right.
Crumple, I don't know.
Crumple.
Разрезать?
Буквально накрошить.
Okay.
Ну да, то есть.
Seal, мыть.
Seal the container. Seal герметично запечатать. So you close it completely, so no air can get inside.
Okay.
But try to say these words in English from the text. If you want, you can look back at the text. You have it. You have the slide.
Okay. 1. To wash something with clean water only, not using soap.
Сполоснуть, how would you say it? You can look back at the text if you want.
I'll look back and I don't know.
Okay. So it's text number 4, paragraph 4.
Rinse?
Yes, to rinse.
To move a cloth or your hand backwards and towards on something while pressing hard.
Натирать.
Rub.
Rub.
Rub. To take in liquid from something absorbed.
Okay.
To put or spread something such as paint, cream, etc. onto a surface, apply.
Okay.
To close a container tightly or fill a crack, especially so that air, liquid, etc. cannot get in or out. To close seal.
To seal, okay.
They put something in a particular position. Place.
Okay.
To make paper into a ball. Crumple.
Yes.
To bring something back to a former condition, keep away? No.
Восстановить.
Restore.
Okay.
To prevent something from going somewhere. What does mean to prevent?
Prevent, предотвращать, не допускать.
Keep away?
Yes.
To fill a space or container tightly with something, stuff?
To stuff, okay. That's right. So do you think that you might try any of the tips in the blog? If so, which ones? And can you think of any other extraordinary uses of the things in the photos or some other everyday objects?
I know about the eggs for hair, but I have never tried it. But I know I have one friend, she likes all organic products and she don't like put on she makes her her oven shampoo, shower gel, and something like that. And she tried eggs for her, and was really bad. And she also tried hot paper put on her head because she thought that like that hair will will better and rise quickly, but she just feel very bad, and then she had a bad smell from this. And I know lemon. You can use lemon for help your arms because my mom have arms problem. Her arms is always hard, and sometimes he use some lemon juice and put them on arms, but I realized that her arms became whiter after that.
Became whiter.
Yes, became whiter. And I know some Chinese women use lemon for and apply this on the face and just let their face looks white.
Okay. Right. Okay, so for your homework, please do workbook 6A. Right, yes, workbook 6A and writing. And you can also finish the previous exercises.
Okay.
Do you have any questions for me?
No.
Okay, so then we'll see you tomorrow at 11 o'clock.
Okay, thank you, bye.
Okay. And tell me, what are the missing words and how do you feel when you see this message and what do you do?
I don't know. I'm sorry, this bank card, right?
I think it's not the bank card, it's the, what do you call the machine?
ATM.
For example, yes, ATM or cash point. Okay. Or cash machine. How do you say временно не работает? Is temporarily out of order. When it doesn't work, you can say it is out of order. Please try again later. So how do you feel when you see this message and what do you do?
I just search for another one.
Okay, right. Quite logical. Okay, so here's a text. We're going to read it. Yes, and Please be ready to answer these questions. Before we read, can you please read the questions?
Why did John Shepherd Barron come up with the idea of cash machine? Why do we usually have a 4-digit PIN and not a 6-digit one? How much money could you take out of the first cash machines? What things does the text say you can do at cash machine nowadays? Can you think of any other things?
Okay, so now please read the text.
I need to read it aloud or no? Or
If you don't mind, let's
or,
read it out loud, if it's okay with you.
Okay. Over 50 years ago, on 24th June
The
1967,
27th of June.
the 27th of June 1967, the world's first ATM was opened at a branch of Barclays Bank in North London. Today we think nothing of stepping up to a hole in the wall when we need cash, but until the late 1960s, banks were only open until 3:30 p.m.
Without point.
3:30 p.m. John Shepherd Barron, managing director of a banknote manufacturer, found his bank was closed when he needed some money. In the bus later that evening, he came up with the idea of something similar to a chocolate bar vending machine, with cash replacing the chocolate. Within days, Barclays agreed to create the first cash machines. Shepherd Barron, a former soldier, suggested six-feature personal identification number based on his army number, but his wife Caroline said she couldn't only remember 4 digits, so he settled on the 4-digit PIN we use today. The first cash point only allowed the customers to take out £10 at a time in £1 notes. Nowadays, you can do many other things at an ATM, for example, print a bank statement or top up your phone, and new machines will even allow customers to print digital photos.
Okay. Any questions about the text?
I don't have questions, so
How
just
пополнить баланс телефона?
top on your phone.
To top up your phone. Yes.
Yes, top up.
So please answer these questions.
George Stephen Barron came up with the idea of cash machine because one time he realized that she needed some money, but the bank was closed, so he couldn't take money.
Okay.
Why do you usually have a 4-digit PIN and not a 6-digit one? Because this person who suggests use the PIN code, his wife say originally he thought about 6-digit one because like in army, his army code, but his wife says that she couldn't, she will not be able to don't forget these numbers. She just can I forget memorize. She just can memorize as 4-digit PIN, so they change it in 4-digit PIN.
Okay.
How much money could you take out of the first cash machine? It was £10 and £1 banknote, but I don't understand. I didn't understand. What does mean £10 at the time and £1 banknote?
So the maximum amount of money that you could withdraw was £10, and you got this £10 in £1 banknotes. Максимум
Okay.
10 фунтов и 1-фунтовыми купюрами только.
Okay. What things does the text say you can do at cash machine nowadays? Can you think of any other things? You can top up your phone, print a bank statement, and print digital photos.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So now we have there'll be screen instructions right here, and well, they are pictures, and now these are words. Okay, so I will copy the words for you. So please match these instructions to word instructions. If you want, you can open your own file. That will be page 68.
But I can't do it in my because my laptop now I can't open it in my laptop.
Okay, but can you download the file that I sent you yesterday? Where is it?
No. Because if I will up it, it's uncomfortable. I will from the watch on screen.
Okay, so you can watch my screen and these instructions in the file.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I need to read or do it by myself?
Yes, so read the instructions on picture 1, in picture 1 first.
Okay. Insert your card.
And something from ABC. I can even also scroll. Insert your card and...
I have already opened it.
Okay.
And exercise C. Take your card. Put your card into the machine F.
Yes, that's right.
Select your language. C. Choose the language you want.
Okay.
Enter your PIN. G, K in your 4-digit PINs and press enter.
Okay.
Select a transaction. Choose Withdraw Cash from the main menu.
Okay.
And 5. Select the account type. H. Choose the bank account you want to use. Select or enter the amount. E. Choose OK in the amount of money you want to take out, then press enter.
Okay.
Remove your card. D. Take your card out of the machine.
Okay.
Take your cash. Take your L. No, I. Take your money out of the machine within 30 seconds. Do you want a receipt?
Receipt. Is not.
Receipt. B. Decide if you want a receipt and press yes or no.
Okay. Right. Let's just listen to those things. Can you hear it?
No.
Seven point one.
Can you hear it?
How to use
Yes.
an ATM to withdraw cash. 1. F.
Insert your card.
Put your card into the machine.
2. C.
Select your language.
Choose the language you want.
3. G.
Enter your PIN.
Key in your 4-digit PIN. Then press enter.
4. A.
Select a transaction.
Choose Withdraw Cash from the main menu.
5. H.
Select the account type.
Choose the bank account you want to use.
6. E.
Select or enter the amount.
Choose or key in the amount of money you want to take out. Then press enter.
7. D.
Remove your card.
Take your card out of the machine.
8. I.
Take your cash.
Take your money out of the machine within 30 seconds.
9. B.
Do you want a receipt?
Decide if you want a receipt and press yes or no.
Okay. Now, could you please match the formal words from the screens to the synonyms?
Insert, put in, C.
Okay.
Enter, key in.
Okay.
Select, choose.
Okay.
Withdraw, take out. No,
yes,
take
money
out of a bank account.
Yes.
Yes. And remove the take out.
Okay. So please listen to two true stories about ATMs and look at the pictures. So there's two pictures. So in answer to questions, what did each machine give out? And did both the stories have a happy ending? Okay, are you ready to listen?
Yes.
7.2. Story 1.
Tonight we're going to start with a good news story. Well, good news for some people. Yesterday, bank customers in a village in Hampshire were thousands of pounds richer after an ATM started giving out double the money people had asked for. When people heard the news, they rushed to take money out of the faulty machine, and long queues formed. For 2 hours, around 200 residents continued to withdraw money. It was mostly middle-aged people, but a few children arrived on their bikes with their parents' bank cards. One villager, who asked not to be named, said that some people had used 5 or 6 bank cards and had got £300 free with each card. At first, people thought it was funny, but then some people became a bit aggressive when other people started pushing into the queue. Finally, after 2 hours, the police arrived and switched off the ATM. They even posted a message on Twitter to stop more people arriving. They warned that receiving too much money from a cash machine might be a crime, and that the bank would ask people to pay back the money. However, later, the bank said that it wasn't the customer's fault and that no one would have to return the money.
Story 2.
And finally on Texas News this Wednesday evening, the man who got trapped inside an ATM. Customers who were using an ATM in Corpus Christi earlier today got a big surprise. While they were withdrawing money from the machine, several people received handwritten notes asking for help. A man who asked not to be named had locked himself in while he was changing the lock to the ATM room at the bank. Unfortunately, he'd left his cell phone and the swipe card he needed to get out of the room outside in his van. When he realized that he couldn't get out and couldn't phone for help, he started passing notes through the ATM receipt slot to customers who were taking out cash. One of them read, "Please help. I'm stuck in here and I don't have my phone. Please call my boss." At first, the customers thought the notes were a trick, but eventually one of them called the police. When the police arrived, they heard a very quiet voice coming from inside the ATM. An officer went into the bank, broke down the door to the room behind the cash machine, and found the man. Senior Officer Richard Olden said, "We thought it was a joke. It was just crazy that somebody was stuck in the ATM. Luckily, the man is okay."
Okay, so could you please answer these 2 questions?
First machine give out money.
Just
Alright.
money? Not just money, but what was special about this money?
5 bank cards.
No, just twice the double amount of money. So for example, you want to withdraw £100, but you receive £200.
Okay. And it was happy end because police didn't make them return money.
Okay. And the second story?
It's about man, but ATM ate his card and phone, right? And how could he stack at ATM? I didn't
It was
understand.
It was a worker who got inside, but then the ATM closed, and he didn't have his card to go out, special card, and he didn't have his phone to call for help. So he was inside the ATM in a room, and he couldn't get out.
But how other people can? It's strange because ATM not like that. Because ATM in the not inside, and if I will go inside and it's close, other people also can't come and withdraw money. How other people withdraw money?
So as I understand, in the front, this is the ATM, but he got from behind. So right here, people.
What is behind?
Сзади. So there is an entrance here. So he got into into a special room where he wanted to do some maintenance, обслуживание. Maybe he wanted to check it or to fix something, and then he was locked.
Okay.
So
because now I saw when they want to do some обслуживание, they just they didn't have a room for it.
Okay, okay. Yes. But maybe there is. I don't know. So please listen again and be ready to answer the questions. Story 1, these are 6 questions. And story 2, there are 6 more questions. So please read the questions and then we'll listen.
Okay.
7.2. Story 1.
Tonight we're going to start with a good news story. Well, good news for some people. Yesterday, bank customers in a village in Hampshire were thousands of pounds richer after an ATM started giving out double the money people had asked for. When people heard the news, they rushed to take money out of the faulty machine, and long queues formed. For 2 hours, around 200 residents continued to withdraw money. It was mostly middle-aged people, but a few children arrived on their bikes with their parents' bank cards. One villager, who asked not to be named, said that some people had used 5 or 6 bank cards and had got £300 free with each card. At first, people thought it was funny, but then some people became a bit aggressive when other people started pushing into the queue. Finally, after 2 hours, the police arrived and switched off the ATM. They even posted a message on Twitter to stop more people arriving. They warned that receiving too much money from a cash machine might be a crime, and that the bank would ask people to pay back the money. However, later, the bank said that it wasn't the customer's fault and that no one would have to return the money.
Story 2.
And finally, on Texas News this Wednesday evening, the man who got trapped inside an ATM. Customers who were using an ATM in Corpus Christi earlier today got a big surprise. While they were withdrawing money from the machine, several people received handwritten notes asking for help. A man who asked not to be named had locked himself in while he was changing the lock to the ATM room at the bank. Unfortunately, he'd left his cell phone and the swipe card he needed to get out of the room outside in his van. When he realized that he couldn't get out and couldn't phone for help, he started passing notes through the ATM receipt slot to customers who were taking out cash. One of them read, "Please help. I'm stuck in here and I don't have my phone. Please call my boss." At first, the customers thought the notes were a trick, but eventually one of them called the police. When the police arrived, they heard a very quiet voice coming from inside the ATM. An officer went into the bank, broke down the door to the room behind the cash machine, and found the man. Senior Officer Richard Olden said, "We thought it was a joke. It was just crazy that somebody was stuck in the ATM. Luckily, the man is okay."
Can I listen again?
Yes, sure.
7.2. Story 1.
Tonight we're going to start with a good news story. Well, good news for some people. Yesterday, bank customers in a village in Hampshire were thousands of pounds richer after an ATM started giving out double the money people had asked for. When people heard the news, they rushed to take money out of the faulty machine, and long queues formed. For 2 hours, around 200 residents continued to withdraw money. It was mostly middle-aged people, but a few children arrived on their bikes with their parents' bank cards. One villager, who asked not to be named, said that some people had used 5 or 6 bank cards and had got £300 free with each card. At first, people thought it was funny, but then some people became a bit aggressive when other people started pushing into the queue. Finally, after 2 hours, the police arrived and switched off the ATM. They even posted a message on Twitter to stop more people arriving. They warned that receiving too much money from a cash machine might be a crime, and that the bank would ask people to pay back the money. However, later, the bank said that it wasn't the customer's fault and that no one would have to return the money.
Story 2.
And finally, on Texas News this Wednesday evening, the man who got trapped inside an ATM. Customers who were using an ATM in Corpus Christi earlier today got a big surprise. While they were withdrawing money from the machine, several people received handwritten notes asking for help. A man who asked not to be named had locked himself in while he was changing the lock to the ATM room at the bank. Unfortunately, he'd left his cell phone and the swipe card he needed to get out of the room outside in his van. When he realized that he couldn't get out and couldn't phone for help, he started passing notes through the ATM receipt slot to customers who were taking out cash. One of them read, "Please help. I'm stuck in here and I don't have my phone. Please call my boss." At first, the customers thought the notes were a trick, but eventually one of them called the police. When the police arrived, they heard a very quiet voice coming from inside the ATM. An officer went into the bank, broke down the door to the room behind the cash machine, and found the man. Senior Officer Richard Olden said, "We thought it was a joke. It was just crazy that somebody was stuck in the ATM. Luckily, the man is okay."
Okay. So let's try to answer the questions.
What happens when people hit about the machine? They rush to take money out.
Right.
What does mean rush?
Rush, мчаться, бежать. So they ran to this place.
Oh, okay. And how many people use the machine and for how long? 200 people and for 2 hours.
Okay.
What kind of people was there? There was most of them was middle-aged people and some children who they took parents' card.
Okay.
Why did some people become aggressive? Because other people pushing to in the queue.
We're pushing into the queue. Пытались протиснуться в очередь.
Okay. What did the police do? They switch off the ATM, and wrote on the and post on the Twitter and post a message on the Twitter that it's like crime and people can't do it.
Okay.
What was the man doing when he locked himself in? What his man doing when he locked himself? He tried asking for help.
No, well, it's after he was locked himself in, but when he locked himself in, he was trying to change the lock in the ATM room.
What change?
Lock, замок.
Okay.
So inside, he probably was inside the room.
Okay. What did he leave in his van? A swipe card and what does mean cell phone?
Mobile phone. Cell phone or mobile phone?
Okay. Why was this a problem? I understand this question.
Because he couldn't get out of the room, he didn't have his swipe card, and he couldn't call for help. He didn't have his mobile phone.
Okay. How did he try to get help? He tried asking for help. She wrote help me on the banknote.
Okay. Maybe not banknotes, but notes.
Yes, notes.
Okay.
What did customers think at first? They thought it was freak. I don't know.
Yes, it was a trick. Шутка, розыгрыш.
Okay. What did the police do? They broke down the door and they said that they had thought that it was chalk.
Okay. So now, why do you think the villager and the man asked not to be named from these stories? Let's read the sentences. And why do you think they asked not to be named?
One villager who asked not to be named said that some people had used 5 or 6 bank cards and had got £300 free with each card because he afraid of being punished.
Okay.
A man who asked not to be named had locked himself in because he afraid to be loved by other people.
Yes, and he was probably embarrassed. Yes, and maybe the villager, he didn't want other villagers to know that he talked to the press. Not just because bank said that nobody had to return the money, but he spoke to the press also. Okay, now could you please answer these questions?
How often do you use cash machines? What do you use them for? I use cash machines once in a blue moon because right now I always use my phone for paying and I don't need cash. What do you use them for? I use cash machines only when I need cash. For example, my landlady asked me for give the money in cash. Have you ever had a problem with a cash machine? What happened? What did you do? Yes, I have problem with cash machine. When I was studying in China, I needed cash money. I just want I have 2 bank cards in China, one for my scholarship and one for just which I use often card because you can't use your scholarship cards in internet magazine and I just want to change. And then cash machine I got my card and I asked receptionist to call the bank, and the bank said that they just can come tomorrow, but I can't wait. So I just block this card and go do new card, because in China it's just 10 minutes do new card, bank card.
Okay.
And if a cash machine gave you more money than you asked for, what would you do? I will take them in my bank card, because they give me more money from my bank card and I don't need a lot of cash money.
Okay. Now, phrasal verbs. A phrasal verb, that's a verb plus preposition. So please look at these expressions and tell me which of the verbs you can't use with these nouns.
Settle down.
Okay.
Sorry. Close down.
Okay.
Number 3, try on. Look round.
Okay.
Number 4, set up.
Okay.
Number 5, grow up. What does mean take apart?
Разобрать по частям.
Okay.
Okay, so there are some phrasal verbs that are without an object, and this particle is never separated. Please read some examples.
Be on TV, grow up on a farm, move back to the city, settle down to start a family, turn over to another channel.
Okay, and then if you have an object, sometimes you can, for example, say, back up a file up. So this preposition can be separable. Well, it's actually postposition. And sometimes it's inseparable. So let's read with separable postposition.
Back up a file. What does mean backup? Копировать, right?
Yes. So you copy and save it so that if you delete one file, you have another one.
Okay. Close down a shop, put together a piece of furniture, put up shelves, send back something you bought online, set up a Wi-Fi network, switch off a computer, take out the rubbish, throw the leftover food, try on clothes, turn up the turn down, turn on, turn off the TV, keep away insects.
Okay, and inseparable preposition.
Keep away, не разрешать.
Ну не пускай, то есть держать подальше на секунду.
Okay. Number type 1, it's no separated, right? I can't separate. And number 2, I
You
can.
can separate, but you don't even have an object. Там нет прямого дополнения, как backup a file. Grow up – это как бы вырасти, не говорится, кого вырасти. Да, то есть там вообще нет этого объекта. Здесь во втором, третьем есть объект, но во втором у нас можно отсоединить предлог, если это существительное. А если это местоимение, то там только так, close it down. Тут только в конце может быть предлог. А есть, где неотсоединяемый, тогда будет ask for it, даже будет после предлога. Okay, so let's look at text, right?
Okay, ask for the bill, be out of a new product, look for a cash machine, look around the shop, sell out of a size, zoom in on something you want to photograph. What is different? Be out of a new product and sell out of a size. Sell out это вообще когда нет в наличии, а be out of это будет позже в наличии.
Закончился. Ну, может быть, с возможностью, что будет, да.
Okay.
Okay, so please match the phrasal verbs with their definitions. First, do it yourself, please, and then we'll check.
Okay. I'm ready.
Okay, so let's listen and check.
Seven point three. Phrasal verbs. 1. Phrasal verbs to do with money. 1. E.
If I lend you the money, can you pay me back next week?
2. F.
I need to take out some money. Where's the nearest cash machine?
3. B.
I won't be able to pay off my student loan until I'm 45.
4. C.
He's so generous. When he won the lottery, he gave nearly all the money away.
5. D.
Nowadays, it's difficult for couples to live on only one salary.
6. A.
I had to live off my parents while I was at university.
Okay. Questions?
I don't have questions.
All right. Then phrasal verbs with away and back. So please complete the gaps with prepositions.
I'm ready.
Okay. So let's listen and check.
Seven 7.4. 2. Phrasal verbs with away and back. Away. 1.
Don't run away. I won't hurt you.
2.
The boss will be away until the end of next week. He's at a conference in Mexico.
3.
Please put your toys away. They're all over the floor.
4.
If you take a paracetamol, it'll take the pain away.
Back. 5.
I'm sorry, but I'm confiscating your phone. You'll get it back at the end of the day.
6.
He's out, I'm afraid. Could you call back in about half an hour?
7.
Where are you going?
Just to the shops. I'll be back in 10 minutes.
8.
That's my book. Give it back.
Okay. Questions?
Why I did mistake, but I understand, I think.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so and let's do number 3. Phrasal verbs with take. So let's try to complete it.
I did it, but I don't understand this.
Okay. Let's first check this with audio and then we'll do it one by one.
Okay.
Seven 7.5. 3. More phrasal verbs with take. 1.
Sorry, I can't come tonight. I'm taking my girlfriend out for dinner.
2.
They're taking on 10 new interns at Radio London. Why don't we apply?
3.
I take after my mother. We're both very outgoing.
4.
The plane took off 20 minutes late.
5.
Unfortunately, my company was taken over by a multinational firm, and I lost my job.
6.
Take off your shoes, please. I've just cleaned the floor.
7.
You need to take the keyboard apart to clean it properly.
8.
I need to do more exercise. I think I'll take up cycling.
Okay, so which ones you don't understand? Let's look at them.
They are taking on 10 new interns at Radio London. What does mean take on?
To take on means to hire, набирать.
And number 4, the plane took off 20 minutes late. What does mean took off? Приземлился?
So take off the ground, take off, взлетать.
Okay. And 5. Unfortunately, my company was taken over. What does mean take over?
To be taken over, быть поглощенным международной компанией.
And number 7, you need to take the keyboard apart to clean it properly. Take apart or разбирать. How can keyboard be apart?
I don't know.
It might be broken.
Well, maybe specialists can. I think you just take it off the computer, if it's a laptop, for example, and you clean it, probably. But it's not a course book on how to fix computers. It's an English course book, so the person who wrote this exercise maybe doesn't know how to do it.
Okay. I need to do more exercise. I think I will take up cycling. What does it take up?
To take up a new hobby means to начинать заниматься чем-то.
Okay.
Okay, so look at the sentences and tick and tell me the ones where the word order is correct.
I don't know.
Okay, so you can say he gave away his money, he gave his money away. Both of them will be correct, but with it, you can only put it in the middle. For example, give me the book, give the book to me, but give it to me. You cannot say give me and then say it. So the fourth one is not correct. Let's look at number 2.
We asked for the bill.
Okay.
We asked for it.
Yes, that's right. Number 3.
She got up early.
Okay.
And not, I can't say she early got up.
Oh, you can't.
I can't, right?
You can't. Right.
Okay. I'm looking forward to my holiday. It's correct. And number 2, it's incorrect. I'm looking forward to my holiday too. I'm looking forward to it. It's correct, and I'm looking forward to it. It's incorrect.
it's better for your practice. If you see something that is not correct, don't repeat it, because if you repeat it, there is a chance that subconsciously you can memorize it. That's why I usually ask you, please only say the correct form, so that you do not memorize it. Especially when there was a time when I was teaching Russian to Chinese students, just a couple of months right after I graduated from university. And if you write something on the board, they will memorize it automatically because of hieroglyphics. And you can never write mistakes on the board, especially with Chinese students. And with European students, it's better not to repeat. I mean, not to pronounce the mistake.
Okay.
All right. So let's look at some examples. So phrasal verbs with no object first.
.6.
I get up at 6.
I'm going to be away for 3 days next week.
What time are you coming back tonight?
They set off early in the morning.
The plane took off late, but we still arrived on time.
Okay, so there is no object, so there is no question whether you put this up, after, or away or not, because there is no object. But now sometimes when it's separable, you say fill this bank form in for fill in this bank form. Both are possible. But if you say it, you can only say fill it in.
Okay.
If it is separable. Okay, let's listen to those examples.
.7. 1.
Can you fill this bank form in? Can you fill in this bank form?
Please put your clothes away. Please put away your clothes.
Did you switch the computer off? Did you switch off the computer?
2.
Can you fill it in?
Please put them away.
Did you switch it off?
Okay, and sometimes it's inseparable. Let's look at these examples.
.8. 1.
My sister and I both take after our father.
Where's your phone?
I don't know. I'm looking for it.
How are you managing until you find a job?
We're living on my wife's salary.
2.
My boyfriend doesn't get on with his parents.
Jane's looking forward to her holiday.
Okay. So now please choose the correct option.
I went to cash point and took out 100 euro.
And took 100 euros out is also possible. Both of them are correct.
Okay. The pasta was cold, so I sent it back.
Okay.
I think 2 possible.
Yes, that's right.
They live all of their parents.
Okay.
I decided I didn't like my new clothes, so I took it back to the shop.
Okay.
I picked up the man's wallet, or I picked the man's wallet up for him.
Okay.
My sister lent me some money, but I haven't paid her back yet.
Okay.
I set up our new I set up our new computer at the weekend.
Both are possible. Set something up.
I grew up in Wales.
Okay.
I'm afraid we are out of these trousers.
Okay, good. So complete the sentences using a pronoun and the correct form of the phrasal verb in brackets. So your phone's ringing. Quick, turn it off. Okay, number 1.
My parents are arriving at 11:15. Could you pick them up at the airport? When do you leave on your trip to China? Next Saturday. I'm really looking forward to it.
Okay.
Do they still have their website? No, they closed it down closed this down a month ago.
Okay.
Excuse me, madam, have you finished your steak? Yes, I can't eat anymore. Please take it away.
Okay.
Have you found your glasses yet? No, and I have been looking for it for half an hour.
For them.
For
Because
them.
plural glasses. Okay.
What did you do with your old computer? I gave I gave it away.
Okay.
This cheese is past its sell-by date. I'm going to throw it away.
Okay.
She was with her husband for 20 years, and she was, and he was looking after during his final illness.
And you can just say she looked after him during his final illness.
Okay. Have they brought the bill? No, but I have asked for it.
Okay.
Is the TV loud enough? No. Could you turn it up a bit?
Okay, so please answer these questions.
Have you ever lent money to someone? Did they pay you back? I think I have never lent money to someone because most of my friends have enough money. Have you ever tried to do something and given up? Or what was it? Why did you give up? I tried to do a lot of things, and then I gave it up. For example, painting, dancing, going to gym, jogging, and etc. I did it because because this is my character. I like do a lot of new things and then very quick give it up.
Okay.
Do you think it's possible today for couples to live on one salary? Why not? I think it depends on couples because if one partner earns enough money, so it's okay. For example, my brother is a breadwinner in his family. Breadwinner, right?
Yes, the breadwinner.
The breadwinner in his, and it's okay for them. When you started school or university, did you find it difficult to fit in? What does mean fit in?
Вписаться в коллектив.
I don't think so. My classmates was so boring, and I even have some friends of my classmates. So I don't think it is difficult. You just need to have some sociable skills.
Okay.
What do you take after mastering your family? In what way? I think I take after my father.
The question is right here.
Okay. What would you do if a friend borrowed your tablet but it didn't work when she gave it back? I will make my friend buy me new one. If someone offered to take you out for a meal to a restaurant of your choice, where would you go? I would go Chinese or Japanese restaurants if I in Russia, but if I'm in China, I prefer go to some Europe restaurants because I miss it. I miss it a little. Have you ever left something on a bus or train or in a taxi? Did you ever get it back? I have never, but one of my friends have. She left her new mobile phone in a, how to say, marshrutka?
In a route taxi.
In a route taxi. But in the end, she was be able to find it because she called this company, called police, and this phone will on the chair inside chair, so there no people who can take it.
Okay.
Who do you take after most in your family? In what way? I take after my father in character and in appearance. Is there a new hobby or sport you would really like to take up? Will you ever do it? I should take up. Okay, I would really like to take up painting again or something new type of dance, and I think I will do it. When you get a missed call, do you call back immediately later or not at all? I have never called back because I don't think it is important, and in Russia there are a lot of scammers. Yes. When was the last time you gave something away? put 2 y. When I was studying in China, I have a lot of clothes, new clothes. I have never worn it, and I give away some Somali women. I just want taken in a rubbish bin, but one woman asked me for them, and then I give her all my clothes.
Okay. So let's look at 6 ways of spending money, and which 3 do you think would make you happiest? So these are 6 ways. Let's read them.
Going on a luxurious holiday, buying a birthday present for a friend, giving a donation to charity, paying off your credit card bill, buying yourself some new clothes, giving a few coins to a homeless person. I think it will buy yourself some new clothes.
What about 2 more?
One, it was a present for my mom.
Okay.
And giving a few coins to a homeless person.
Okay, so let's read about a short article about relationship between money and happiness. According to research, which 3 of these things will make you happiest and why? So here's the Okay, let's read it.
Can you do it loud a little? Okay. Okay, I'm ready.
So which 3 things will make you happier?
Giving a donation to charity. Giving a few coins to a homeless person. I don't think they just say about charity. They didn't say about another things.
Okay. Right. So yes, buying a birthday present, giving a donation to charity, and giving a few coins to a homeless person. Okay. So, and why does it happen?
I don't know, because it looks very crazy. Might be these people just not honest, so they say, "Oh, I'm happy." I think they just lie about it, because I don't think if you have a lot of money and you give all for charity, you will happy.
Okay. So now please read an article about Gradian Reed Smith and answer the question, why did he decide not to work for a charity? And do you think it was a sensible choice?
Okay. I'm ready.
Okay, so why did he decide not to work for a charity, and do you think it was a sensible choice?
He decided not to work for charity because he thinks that if he will earn money and give it to charity, it will be better because for example, one teacher for charity, he can buy 2 teachers for charity for 1 year, and it's more useful.
Mm-hmm. So do you think it's sensible?
I don't think so.
Why not?
Because, for example, in Africa, he gives this money and organization. Of course, this organization will give some money them, and they don't want African. I think you must made African work, not give them money. Because if you give them money, he will not be able to work. She just has used to have money and not doing anything. He very, very lazy, and I think you just need maybe do manufacture or something like that, and they just make them work because they're so lazy. And it's really true.
Okay. So, please read the article again and complete it with verb phrases A through H. So please do so. I sent you the phrases about A to B, and when you're ready, we're going to check this.
don't know. It's very difficult.
Okay, so when you try to complete, we have to complete, then you have to think about grammar and meaning, two things. Let's check what you have done.
Number 3, it is D.
Okay, correct.
Number E, it is no. Number 6, it is the E.
Correct.
Number 5, it is H.
Okay.
Number 8, it is C.
No, C will be number 1. Right here. So you might expect Grady Reese-Smith to have an extravagant lifestyle, going on expensive holidays. You said number 8 is C.
Yes.
So I tend not to buy supermarket branded food products, but I don't own a car.
I don't understand this mean. Я не покупаю еду, дорогую еду, но я не... Ну, он может сказать, I have a car. Why I don't own a car?
Tend not to buy supermarket branded food products. Yes, it's strange.
It's no, not and not, it's and. They can say, and I don't own a car. But
I agree.
because
Yes, I agree.
Yes, it's strange.
Correct. Okay, let's look at which numbers you. So number 1, C. Number 2, he a figure that he calculated. He gives away everything. He earns over 42,000, and he calculated this figure. What other questions do you have where you don't know?
I spent several £1,000 on a new sofa. And number 4. I don't know what is number 4.
Okay, so about sofa, this will be G7. He's not frugal. Last year he went to Cuba on holiday and spent several £1,000s on a new sofa. Number 4, some change careers to make more money, which can be then be given away.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions here?
No, I don't have questions.
Okay, now let's read a story. Okay, so here is a story, and there are some questions. Mr. Lucky, please read the questions first.
I'm ready.
Okay, and now please read the story, so we'll have to answer the questions.
I'm ready.
Okay. So let's answer the questions.
Mr. Lucky is a millionaire. We are lucky .com project. This is project when people help this millionaire have to spend his money.
Okay.
Number something. Lucy, I don't sure, but he give it some of her money to her employees, right?
Why to her? It's he. It's a person. It's he.
No, Lucy.
It's Lucky, not Lucy. Mr. Lucky.
No, Lucy runs a small bookshop.
Where is it?
Yes, Lucy, for example, runs a small bookshop in London.
Okay.
I think she just give away some of them to employees.
Okay.
Number 4, there are a plethora of types of people who receive money from Mr. Lucky. For example, designers, painters, right, like that.
Okay.
But I forget what does think the project creating positive feelings. Why? I don't know. Because people enjoy giving money away to someone else.
Okay. Would you prefer to receive £1,000 which you have to spend on other people, or $100 which you can spend on yourself?
I would prefer to receive £1,000 and give it to my mom, and then she returned to me.
Okay. All right. So we're going to read another text. Before we start reading, please look at the questions.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. So.
Jill Ginsberg is a doctor. He wrote about her blog about strangers whom he gave money. Molly Dixon, I forget what she did. Molly started a class project where children choose different things to do to help strangers. What did one child do in her project? I don't know. Visited children with cancer in a local hospital. How has child changed as a result of the project? She has taught being careful with money.
Okay. Right. And one more story. Yes, so which of the three stories, so these two that we read and this guy, which of the three stories did you find the most inspiring?
Might be Mr. Lucky because he didn't give money for food or something like that for clothes. She just encourage other people do something good and develop themselves.
Okay. So three more questions for you here.
Have you ever helped to raise money for a good cause? I have never do it. I would never do it. What was it for? What raising the money make you happy? Just when I saw all elderly people, I can give them money. But other types of people, I don't want. I think they are young and healthy. They will be able earn money by themselves.
Okay. So please try to complete the verbs with the correct preposition to make to make the sentence so that the sentence makes sense.
Mr. Frank is going to retire, so his daughter will take after the family business.
No, take over the family business.
Take over the family business. What does it mean take over?
Взять на себя, овладеть.
Okay. When I was younger, my mom stayed at home, so we lived on my dad's salary.
Yes, that's right.
My husband's taking me out to dinner tonight. It's our first wedding anniversary.
Okay.
Your room's a mess. You're not going out until you have put all your things in right order.
It should be a preposition.
Put all your
Убраться.
things
Убраться.
up,
Away.
away. My husband took our toaster down.
Разобрал по частям.
Took apart to try to fix it, but now he can't put it back together. I'm going to the cinema, but I will be. I don't know.
Я
I will
вернусь.
be away.
Yes,
I
I'll be.
will be back. I will be back, right?
Yes.
I will be back in time for dinner. Let's look around the shop. I need a present for my mom. It's her birthday soon. If
Yes,
you
you can say
don't,
let's look around or let's look in this shop. It's also possible.
okay. If you don't switch the sound off on your phone, I will take it. Take it back away.
Away. I'll take it away.
What does mean take away? It's a bit
The
right,
bill.
right?
So this is what teachers often say at school. If you don't switch the sound on, I'll take it away.
Okay. I really like this skirt, but I think I need to try it on. I hope we get our test. We get our tests. Away today. I want to know how I did.
No, получим обратно наши тесты.
Get back.
Yes, get our test back today.
Everyone says I take after my dad because we both love sport. Bill Gates and his wife are very rich, but they give away a lot of their money. Shall we have a look at what things are on at the cinema this week?
Okay.
Someone knocked on our door last night, but then ran away.
Okay.
I need to find a cash machine and take out some money.
Okay.
We are going to be away for a week, right?
Yes.
We are going to Paris. When do you think you will be able to pay back the money I lent you?
Okay.
Don't give me back my shoes right now. Don't borrow my things without asking me first. I have missed call from Monica. I would better call her back.
Okay. I had better. I'd better. That's I had better, not would.
Okay.
Okay. So complete the questions with the correct particle.
When you go shopping, do you just buy the things on your list, or do you like to look around for the other things you might want to buy? Any kids kinds of business closing down in the area where you live, right?
Yes.
Would you prefer to get a loan that you have to pay back quickly, or one that you have for many years? Why?
Yes, pay back or pay off выплачивать. So you can also say off.
If you were given too much change in a shop or restaurant, would you give it back or keep it? If you won a lot of money, would you give any away? Who to? Do you prefer taking money out of a cash machine in the street or inside the bank? Why? If you asked for the bill in bar or restaurant and found you didn't have enough money, what would you do? Do you think it's okay for children over 18 to live on their parents?
No.
Or do you
live on the salary of your parents, but live off your parents?
of their parents, or do you think they should get a job? Why?
Okay. So also do you
Um,
think
do you think that the minimum wage in your country is enough to live on? When you take some friends for dinner, do you usually pay for them or do you pay separately?
yeah, some friends, but it should be a preposition.
Someone
out for dinner. To take someone out for dinner.
Okay. Someone. Okay. When you go shopping, do you look for special offers in shops and supermarkets? Has anyone ever stolen your purse or wallet? Did you get it back? After there any activities you would like to Are there any activities you would like to take up but can't afford? If you saw someone being robbed, would you try to help or run away?
Okay.
When it comes to managing your money, do you take when it comes to manage? What does mean managing your money?
Manage just like to control.
Do you take? I don't know. Take.
Ты похож на кого-то в своей семье в этом?
Take after someone in your family.
Okay.
What do you do if you lend money to someone and then don't pay you back?
Okay. Right. So, do you have any questions for me about today's class?
I don't have questions, but in the Monday I will go my mom's birthday, so I can't have lesson in the Monday.
On Monday. Okay. So, do we have it on Tuesday?
Yes, Tuesday is that вторник, right?
Yes. Okay. Right. So, please try to do 7A workbook, and we'll see you on Tuesday at 11 o'clock Moscow time.
Yes. Okay.
Nice day and nice mom's birthday.
Okay. Thank you. Bye.
Bye.